making sure the sound of it's not too loud. I'm gonna have to mess with the volume a few times. Alright, stream's up, Devin.
We get to see what everybody's listening to.
Technically, they could listen along with me if they wanted to. You can stream your screen in here if you want to, Devin. You don't have to, though.
We'll see how many people join. YouTube going. Good morning, everybody.
Alright, I have to like constantly watch the volume to make sure it's not too crazy. I think it's fine. Doesn't seem to be blasting through the decibel counter. I mean, if you're in this voice chat, all you can do is listen. I'm going to be streaming on YouTube. Which actually, I have to share the link. I forgot to share it in here. All right, good morning, everybody. What's up, everybody on YouTube? Good morning, Jazz, starting the day off saying good morning, beautiful people. What's up, Dom, Rob, Purple Mango, JB, Victor, Benny, Deep, Sinful, Alan, Wag. I gotta catch up to y'all. Gary, Divert, Rambo, Ace, which I think I saw y'all in the voice chat just now. Morning, Sandollar. What's up, MF Cool? Mark, Millie, Candace, Sabrina, Charlie, Jorge. Good morning, everybody. What's up, John, Daffy, Spicy, Vanessa, KT? Like Green Candlestick said, hit the like and let's go. Got a full day stream today. Somebody let me know, is the music too loud? Is it too quiet? Please give me some insight because it is very hard for me to tell like how y'all hear it. On my side, it sounds perfect, but I can always adjust it. There's music. Oh, y'all can't even hear it. That's even better. Man, it really was that quiet, I guess. It's gonna be really loud now.
Market's open. Hurry up and wait.
Sounds like there's music. Let me do this song. Can't hear. That is really weird. If you can't hear what's being played right now, I'm very shocked.
Can't hear what's being played right now. I'm very shocked. Can't hear what's being played right now. I'm very shocked.
All right, hold up. Let's try this. All right, hold up. Let's try this. No, they're not. I just heard it myself.
Alright, Meta coming up towards us yesterday. High on the open, popping it.
And I made it
Tesla's
worse.
up.
And I made it
Tesla's
worse. Huh. Alright, yeah, the echo's gone, guys. Sorry. I was trying to test something. I'm just lost on how y'all don't hear music right now. There's music now? What the hell? I didn't change anything.
I think Leland hears it, or is he here?
Bueller's like, I want to try a new playlist today. Audio's like, psych.
Oh, here it is. I guess there's.
Alright, cool. I'll shut up now then.
Push some buttons.
Alright, so today what everyone needs to look out for is below pre-market. See if we can get the pump or dump, sorry, down to pre-market low, which is way down here, down at 397.40. So you might as well just wait for 397.30. This is ultimately a very bad level to downside. Right now we're getting a push under 398.30. Sorry, I was rechecking the audio again. But look under 397.30s for actual bears to step in. For big bulls to step in, you want to watch over previous day highs. So we have a pretty good area here, which all I did for this area was I didn't even mark the previous day close. That's just how it lined up. I went from the high to the open of the last green candle before this dump end of day, and that kind of gave us an end of day kind of area of supply. So that general area together is a good breakout. Right now we're rejecting it. Open is moving lower. So again, watch out for 397.30s, 399.40s, which again, if you just want to remember the number 397 and 400, be my guest. 397 and 400 are big. Let me get a screenshot too for everybody.
But first, let me take a selfie. We get rejection with Meta after that quick pop. Netflix coming down.
Good morning, Friday. Be sure to drop a like on the stream. We are doing a full day stream. I'm actually going to ask a poll question right now. We're going to talk about the Fed rate decision. I see tech's flat, healthcare's flat, staples semi-flat. I mean, most sectors are flat right now. Utilities are the most down, but they don't weigh enough. Financials are about a 1/3% down, but not really moving too much. So most everything starting off semi-flat to start the day off, which is good. We don't have the meeting until the end of the day. 2 o'clock. Then at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time, we have Jerome Powell, which is pretty normal for him to talk after the Fed meeting. If you guys are in the Discord voice chat, we are streaming on YouTube. This is just audio only, in case you wanted to tune in and hear it live without having to worry about lag. There's just no screen, because I think if I did that to my screen, it would like start lagging for either one of you. I don't know which one, but it'd be a lot of streaming to screens. All right, so I'm gonna message the poll out to everybody right now on YouTube stream. I'm gonna say, take a guess. What do you think the Fed will do tomorrow, or today, I should say? Just taking it from my boy D Touch's poll.
Everyone's gonna save their vote for afterwards.
There's no rule book, so I can't blame them.
Wax to full pivot.
We definitely could.
Apple pushing up over yesterday high, slightly below pre-market high at 160.
All right, poll is posted on YouTube. There you guys go. Let us know your opinion.
A little over 2 minutes on our first 10-minute candle on the market. So far, buyers pushing it all the way back up. Apple coming up still. Tesla came back up after a retest. Nothing else moving too much. Nvidia getting a pretty nice push going here, 266.
Nvidia taking off, good call. As you guys can see, I restructured my watch list a little bit. I have JPM Berkby here, so we have our bank sector, 2 of our top weights, and then 2 of our top energy weights. So even though energy isn't like the biggest weighted sector, it is just important to kind of keep on watch with today's conditions, and then the banks, of course, not only because they're weight, but also because of today's conditions. So I have those down there now. Just kind of keep eye on the bank and energy sector. Which again, if you click on SPY, you click on the Analyze tab, you can see what sectors weigh what. Tech is almost 29% now. Healthcare, a little over 14%. You have discretionary at 10.5%. Financials weigh 10.4%. And then the list keeps going with industrials and comms shortly after. Yeah, good call. I see a few of you guys talking about NVIDIA. 267s. Just under it now.
We got our first 10-minute candle.
Apple got a good push over previous day high and previous day close. It's the same level, though. Microsoft kind of going against Apple. AMD, NVIDIA both getting a push. Amazon's pulling down while Tesla's towards the top side of their pre-market. Google, Meta holding. Netflix took a dip. Berkby and JPM are almost opposites. Energy week at open. China week at open. Boeing week at open. Square week at open. There's not really any big decider moves yet. As a whole, sector-wise. I do see semiconductors kicking ass yet again, though. Be sure to drop a like on the YouTube stream if you guys are in here. What's up, my Discord homies? What's up, AS? What's up, Burak, C-Man? Mac, Muzi, Jazz, Mike, Money Shack, and TB Goat. I didn't know Tom Brady was in here. What's up, man? I'm a huge fan. I'm glad you're retiring so other teams have a chance.
Google getting over its pre-market high yesterday, high at 105. Netflix back over pre-market low. Meta coming up a little bit after that hard rejection.
I'm about to turn off that Discord noise.
They're gonna ding it all day. Amazon's losing that pre-market low, bringing Tesla down with it. Nvidia's still pushing a new high day.
Amazon breaking pre-market. Tesla also moving down towards the lower part. They're touching previous day close right now. Weakest sector is now energy and discretionary. Discretionary being Tesla and Amazon sector, Nike, Home Depot, McDonald's. Healthcare just sideways, which is good because it's a big sector and they're not doing much, so that's good. Tech trying to hold up higher. They did get a good bounce off previous day close at today's open, that is. I would just say overall a weak open.
Picking up some more speed to the upside, where Tesla's picking up some more speed to the downside.
Google pushing new high day.
Let's go Google repping the comp sector. I see you.
They came out with that AI news yesterday. That's why it ripped so hard.
Good, because Bing isn't really going to overcome Google by one AI update.
Right. Anything AI is just...
It's just crazy now.
You got NVIDIA. Same thing.
There's like a list of companies now who have mentioned AI in earnings calls now, and there's a huge list. It went from no one talking about it to everyone talking about it. AMD and Apple's.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. What were you going to say?
I said I'm sure they were all working on it in secret, and now they're just all kind of owning up to it because everyone's kind of putting it out there.
Or even worse, they're all late and are just wanting to save face.
That too.
So it really could be anything. That's a good take on it, though. I'm just kind of spamming through sectors right now, making sure we see what's up. Nothing's really moving rapidly.
Yeah, Apple's almost at that pre-market high now. Tesla's still coming down. Amazon's finding some buyers. Google's still pushing higher.
No chasing, Vanessa. Exactly. iPhone X, nice name. Do you see? He has daily live stream or only today? We have a daily live stream. I just didn't do it yesterday. We're doing a full day stream today and Friday. Thursday is just a regular day. But yes, we stream every day.
They literally hit a couple cent new low and waked it right up. Probably most likely going to be chopped towards till the Fed.
What's up, Anna J? How you doing, boss? You guys get an invite to test out Google's AI? No.
That'd be cool.
I wish. I didn't give them enough billions.
Billions.
You saw that I added Chat GPT to chat last night. Yeah, scroll above off topic chat. There's two commands you can do. /imagine. You can make up images of whatever the hell you type. Like you said, the more you type, the more it understands what it's trying to go for. And then you can also do /ask dash chat or GPT or something like that. It's like something /ask something. But you can type a question like you said. The more in depth you go with your question, the better it understands and the better result you get. Yeah, it was just something stupid. I was looking at Meeseek Spot last night because I was seeing what why some of my like Twitter things and YouTube things weren't sending, and then I saw they added Chat GPT too, so I was like, whatever, I'll add it. It's like $15 a month. Just added it for fun to see what kind of images people would make. The first one I typed in was, I think, Jerome Powell fighting inflation or something, and it literally put him in like a boxing ring. Oh no, the first one that was done in the chat though was golden. Whoever did that, I forgot. I think it was Noxda. No. Yeah, it was Noxda. He put Jim Cramer in a karate outfit. And this is the image we got, everybody. This was pretty good. Oh, and I closed Discord. That was really good. Come on. There we go.
Microsoft's starting to come up, so see if that helps out Apple. Oh, you know what's funny is like I could see him having like some paintings like that of himself in his house. Like especially the one on the right.
Dude, yeah, the right one was kind of tough. Those were funny though. Oh no, I put Jerome Powell in space. Here, I'll show y'all that one. That was pretty good too. I thought those were like.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I thought those were the best two, and then everybody in chat started kind of going offhand with it, and it just started getting a little more wild.
Microsoft at that pre-market high yesterday, high right above 80 cents above at 275. Meta's starting to come back up with Google. Nvidia's still holding up really well. Berk B starting to find some more buyers. His buyers coming back up towards the midpoint.
Punching the stock market. What the heck?
If you know how to like if you know like the formulas for workouts and stuff and like how to do people's workouts, dude, that saves so much time because I was like doing some for myself and just kind of messing with it. It's crazy how fast they can type up a program for somebody. It's insane. All right. We got about 20 seconds on this next 10-minute candle. Neil tried Hippo versus Shark.
Oh yeah, the Hippo Shark one was kind of funny. I honestly thought that was sinful. I'm glad you owned up to that. Because we were talking about Hippo, Shark, NATO, whatever.
New 10-minute candle here. Nvidia near its highs.
Alright, so you know what that means now that Microsoft has done that, Devin, right? You noticed?
On what?
On Microsoft. You just talked about Microsoft a few moments ago. You know what that means then, right?
No.
They caught up to Apple a little bit because Apple was already pumping.
I wasn't quite sure what you were trying to ask me. But yeah, it's caught up to Apple, so we got to see if they're going to push through these levels now.
Amazon defended pre-market low, so that's a decent sign so far, which is good because Tesla is also still above their true pre-market low, which is just above 195. Which, if you guys want to play Tesla, watch over 200.55 or under 195.25. Those are the golden levels. Netflix also tried to come up a little bit more to catch up to the Meta and Google, which are all in the same sector, which is why I'm saying that, in case you didn't know. Some banks are pulling back up a little.
Triple Q new high day. Tech sector leading.
Financials aren't hurting us. Tech wants to move more. This is a good bullish sign, but it is only short term. Energy is super weak today.
Spot finding some buyers here as Meta's coming back to that yesterday high. Amazon's coming off the low. helping out Tesla. Microsoft back at pre-market high. Same with Apple. See if they can pop. Nvidia at 268.54 still flying. Netflix coming off its dip 305.14. NATO sign was going off. I had to mute myself.
No, Noxter, you're right. The more confused it gets too. Sometimes it helps it, sometimes it hurts it. Really does feel like it. What's up, Sherman? What's up, Money Lisa? What's up, Laser Trading? What's up, Josh? Did I miss anybody? I don't think so. I already said hi to
Morning,
Blue
guys.
Rock. What's up, Sherm?
Nope.
All right, another rejection here, back to the midpoint.
We have some nice wick ups in the 10-minute. Nice wick down now.
Decreasing volume overall. Still early in the candle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a lowering volume type day before the meeting, and then Powell, of course, directly after. That would not shock me one bit.
I'm just checking now. Relatively, we've been getting pretty low volume opens this whole week compared to last week, at least.
Everybody's waiting on the feds.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I see a lot of you guys trying to call the top on Nvidia. That's not very smart. You guys should just wait till you see an actual basing against a high, and then a break lower.
Yeah, and it's just kind of doing its own thing. You don't know why NVIDIA wants to go to the moon right now. It could keep it.
It's also not by itself. Quit just saying Nvidia is doing this. The entire semiconductor sector is actually doing pretty well. I don't understand everyone's take when they're like, oh, I hate that Nvidia is doing so well still, even though it's so high up on its chart. It's like, Nvidia is not by itself. The entire semiconductor sector is pumping right now, which is a large portion of the tech sector.
And that's why the Qs are doing a little bit better than SPY.
You saw relief buying yesterday. You're seeing it again today. I wouldn't try to buy the tops. I wouldn't try to catch knives. Damn, Square really took a nasty hit today so far. Them and BA. Coin finally coming back to reality after killing it the other day again.
Microsoft and Apple slowing down against those pre-market highs. Coming back down towards their midpoint.
All right, what's going on, chat? What's everyone looking at today? Let me know what's up. I'm sure most of you are just kind of chilling on the sidelines, watching Spire, watching some weights. But let me know what y'all looking at.
Did you guys see GameStop with their earnings?
Yeah, I can't stop getting DMs about it right now.
Did they go up anymore in pre-market?
I'm surprised AMC didn't do much with it. The meme stocks.
Looks like everyone took profits. They've just been going down since the open.
I'll type it into my chart this one time.
One time. I'm not even gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at it through the YouTube stream. What does it look like? It's almost that retracement spot. It could bounce.
It's not even just the fact that you had to play GameStop to get that move. It's the fact that you had to play GameStop and it was earnings catalyst.
Right.
Missed me with that entirely.
Talk about degen, huh?
You're going to see those people today. They're like, bro, I called it. Y'all should have all followed me. I've been trying to tell y'all, blah, blah, blah. Like, just shut up. Just shut up. Take your profits and go.
Buy the top, sell the bottom.
And the worst part about that is most of those guys won't take any profits. They just think it's going to keep going to the moon. So then they just bag hold and wait for the next pump.
Your buddy 40 times on it? Jesus. Good for him. I meant that in a positive way. Like, actually good for him. That's a huge gain. He knows he's a degen, though? Okay, well, at least he's awake.
He's woke. He sold his mattress.
Before I called it YOLO, my entire life savings and GME calls yo. Or they've been bag holding since they bought at 300. Yeah, pretty much.
I actually grabbed GME shares at $11, and then I sold it when it was like $13. And then a few weeks later, it just went up to $1 million.
Sundial, Money Lisa. I remember that one. Sundial. That was a
I
big one.
remember Naked, that one.
Yeah, Naked was pretty big. My buddy went from 4K to 118K overnight on AMC and lost it 2 days later. I'm in pain reading that message.
Fun.
Dude, Dogecoin was another one that I've had a couple experiences with where I was like begging some of my friends to take some of their profits and they just wouldn't listen to me. Gave it all back and then lost money. It's like, well, you guys are insane. It's not trading, that's just straight gambling.
I waited till open and shorted it for 52% gains. I flipped a coin on to do that or not. Jesus. Which side won? Was it tails or heads? Just tails never fails. Tails? Yep, there you go.
Triple Q is trying to push higher. Google holding. Same with Microsoft and Apple. Still nothing going on, really. But we get a couple seconds left for the first 30-minute candle.
I do like where Apple is sitting.
Met it at that pre-market high.
Mm-hmm. Because
I like where
it has room below to hold, is my point. So does Google. So does Meta. Banks are a little weak right now. They need to just defend. Energy getting some buyers showing up finally. China getting some buyers showing up finally. Boeing getting buyers but with lowering volume. I'm just going back to SPY. I'm just going to wait for the pop over 399.40s or the pop under 397.25. If I don't see that, I'm just not touching shit. Unless I see more trading in here, and then I can start to kind of go off of today's intraday price action, but that'll, of course, take a little bit more time. Just not ready for that. Oh, good job, Evis. Quick 17.5%.
Google do high day. Alright.
No, it's funny you say Google because he just traded that for that gain. He said, as we approach pre-market and previous day high. Great job, man.
17.5%. Very nice. You got a good entry on that.
A really easy way to, Evis, to tell if somebody knows what they're talking about or not, if they actually know what they're talking about or not, is if they call a 17.5% gain small, because that is no small gain. That's like really, really awesome, really, really awesome outcome.
And look what happened now. It just wicked back down. So 17.5%. That's a nice bag to secure.
Took some time, but 15% scalp on the triple Qs. Beautiful job, Deep. Oh, we're killing it.
Nvidia's still going up on increasing volume.
Of course. And I was telling, I think it was Knox did this the other day. It doesn't happen all the time. You know, sometimes it stops short, like he was saying. But a lot of the time when you guys see these crazy rallies, sometimes, regardless of it being off of Catalyst or some sort of news that came out, or it's just price action, it doesn't matter. A lot of the time when you see these rallies continue to a crazy extent where even you're sometimes sitting there going, how is this still going? A lot of the time it's just going to test either a very crazy technical analysis spot, like a double top or a triple top, something crazy like that, or a psychological number. That's a lot of the time where they're going. In Tesla's case, 200. You guys saw that today. They finally went up and hit 200 flat. Now they don't seem to have any buyers left in store, but they've been rallying like crazy. So make sure you think about that when you look at NVIDIA. Pay attention to those flat numbers. So I'm not saying start shorting it every time a flat number appears. I'm just saying that is most likely where you will see those reversals appear. If you want to short from the top of something, I would play the Lee test. That is the best way to short something after hitting highs. Apple coming back down. They are really close to previous day close, previous day high, same level, 159.40. AMD hitting meat of previous day high. We'll see if that's finally where they slow down at. Amazon can really, really die if they fall under pre-market low and get a stronger close under. Tesla, same as well, under 195s.
Deetach, I just saw what you said about Sinful's ChatGPT.
Wow. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
A bit.
Meta's getting back over that yesterday pre-market high. See if it can take out that previous wick on the from the open.
Amazon holding low.
Scalped one Tesla call contract for 9% from open range breakout low to yesterday high. 0.5% fib cut. Ooh, good stuff, Boo Boo. I like that. Very precise entry and exit. What's up, Rowdy? If you guys are in the Discord voice chat, this is literally just audio of just us talking about weights and stuff. If you want to join the YouTube stream, I shared it on the trade floor and my channel, and it's public on YouTube, so it shouldn't be hard to find.
You can also listen to the voice in Discord so it's live, then watch the YouTube muted so you can have the most current voice but still watch the screen. Got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds so far left on this 10-minute candle. We just got indecision sitting here.
Pretty good 50-50 candle holding above the 9 EMA on the 5-minute. Long-legged doji. Let's see if we can take over the 398.86 level. This will be the beginning of the previous day high supply. If we can get past this, is a first indication that bulls do want to show up towards the previous day high, the true high of yesterday. Also can be a very strong rejection level. So 399 you could say is a very important key level, key area. Thanks, Noxta. I don't even really watch this stream. I just listen. No, whatever works out. I mean, it's really whatever. Oh, I need to see all those votes. So we got 103 votes, and you guys are fast. And I'm with y'all. 68% of us believe 25. I'm with y'all. Which there's two scenarios, kind of. Well, I guess three, but I'll go over the main two. If this meeting, and this is just, again, hypothetical, based on priced-in futures, if this meeting was to have 25, the biggest bet is that the next meeting could be a pause, and the meeting after could be the reverse hike. And the vice versa scenario would be if this meeting was the pause, the next meeting could have the reverse hike. So we'll be paying attention to that. The third, not as important, or third not as popular scenario was if this meeting was 50, next would be 25, then after that would be pause over the course of the next two meetings after this one. That's kind of the priced in futures probability right now, but most of it is kind of betting on 25 today. Just so everybody knows the updated numbers. It was only a month ago today, all of us were saying that 50 BPS was starting to get priced in more and more. So pretty crazy significant change of momentum on the rate hike pricing in. Because we have not seen anything like that on the pricing in of the rate hikes the entire time. We've not seen anything close to that. Nothing has ever moved that rapidly, that quickly before. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just type in hike rate tool on Google. It's very easy to find.
You can always check the CME Fed data. That's what I use.
Yeah, I'm looking at that now, D-Touch. They're saying 88%, 25 BPS. So the other 12% is basically pause.
That would be a curveball.
I feel bad for like not updating more in chat or on YouTube, but it's like there's nothing to update.
And I mean, It's kind of like the reason you didn't stream the other day. So days like this, you just know the action's not going to be good. So we're just going to be sitting here chilling, sitting on our hands.
I also just hope less people trade. I really hope
Right.
you guys take my advice seriously when I say please trade light. Please just try to survive this week. This is not one of those weeks that you try to go crazy on. Which you should never go crazy, but Apple did lose previous day high and previous day close. That is a significant change from a few moments ago. AMD is still rejecting with a very high volume potential inverted hammer at resistance at 98.80, the meat of previous day high. That could be a very big slowdown potential on AMD. Yo, what's up, Allen? I think this is your re-up. Yeah, because you're light blue now. And yeah, YouTube members, thank you guys for the support. We have so many of you now. I think I'm almost close to 100 of you now. It's insane. But hope you guys have been enjoying a lot of the latest content. Can't wait to go through some more. I have a really awesome new video idea. But I think today I'll post the update video for SPY after the meetings, of course. And then I think I'll work on that new video idea before the weekend or on the weekend. And then Sunday you'll have your next SPY update video after the Wednesday one. Oh, well, you're light blue now, so it kept your, it like remembers that you've been here for a month at least, so that's cool. Exactly, Mike. It's a double-edged sword right now. Hydrate. You are correct, Deep. I will hydrate. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I'm going to hydrate. Alright, I'm getting off Boeing. That isn't doing much anymore. You guys can see we're just still in the initial open of SPY, the first 5-minute candle, basically. We dipped all the way down here, pulled up a little bit, and we've just kind of been inside that first 5-minute candle since today's open. So, 43 minutes now. Tesla dumping, finally. Oh, they're still above the pre-market, though. They're touching it, though. 195 is a very crucial level for them. Amazon's setting up like a bear flag inside of the range, too, so if Tesla was to break support, this could definitely help Amazon break out of that compression they have there. Google broke 9 EMA. 5-minute. Meta pulling back. Netflix pulling back, so even the comm sector is slowing down even more now. Bank's not hurting us today. That's a very good sign. Yeah, I went back to the soft playlist. We'll go back to dubstep at like lunchtime. I don't think it's the time for dubstep.
The wubba wubs. Don't need everyone getting all hyped and jumping into a trade.
Don't blame me. Blame the Spotify vibes.
Short-term buyers coming in off this midpoint again. As Microsoft's getting it going, helping out Apple.
About time. Amazon not looking hot though, breaking lower out of that compression we just talked about. That could weigh in on Tesla trying to break through 195. Keep an eye on that. Tech getting stronger is discretionary, possibly getting weaker. crazy wicks in the 10-minute. Jumping into a dubstep trade. Proceeds to jump out window.
Microsoft getting close to that yesterday high, 275. Got a minute 30 left on this 10-minute candle as we're coming up to the near high day, intraday high.
Individual healthcare is ticking, starting to curl up. I do see healthcare has turned a little more green since I last looked at them. I'm surprised it's free to watch GameStop since it's so entertaining. Let's start charging you to watch the chart. Oh, good job, Daffy, on your BB trades post. Looks like Nox had to cut his. Shit happens though, man. We all lose plays. Plus, I mean, this could have really gone any distance, either direction.
You can get it with 399 now, going towards that yesterday high, pre-market high. Microsoft trying to get over yesterday high. Google's still holding pre-market high.
Oh, Noxta. That was clean. I'll show that on stream, dude. That was clean. Full screen, that one. 15% on a Tesla put. He entered a Tesla put here when we retraced to previous day high and rejected. Then he exited towards that already established kind of near low of day, really, for 15%. Beautiful, beautiful trade.
Nice.
I like that. The break. You got that retest after that bullish reaction, and then they push lower risk right above his head. Very, very clean. SPY getting some buyers now. Even the 10 minutes seeing that.
Yep, popping up towards that yesterday high level. Apple's starting to come back up after Microsoft's pushing higher. See if Apple can take out that pre-market high now. Amazon, Tesla coming off pre-market low.
I'd like to say I don't lose trades, but that'd be the fastest lie of my life. Not if you say it's low. Apple pushing a call out dynamics. How you doing today? Had a lot of fun going back and forth the other day with you.
Microsoft still pushing higher. Meta coming up a little bit more. Berk B's almost at yesterday high.
So Nvidia slowed down at 270 finally.
I'll just wait for it to catch up to the 9 on the 10-minute and see if it's just going to flag out and push higher before I try to fade it. If it breaks down under that, it could be a good fade, but until then, I would just wait. Microsoft still pushing higher, about to hit 276. Apple getting closer towards that pre-market high.
Hey, good job, Rock.
Qs are pushing over that yesterday high now.
If you're playing from this dip dynamics, your first target needs to be near high of day, similar to how Noxa took his position when he took it from the rejection. We have low of day here. Could it go lower? Yeah, I mean, I guess it could. But do you know that? No. And if you're in a light position, you need to be taking profit at that very first target. In Apple's case, that would be their high of day if you're going from this dip play. I don't know what you're going for here. Next move I would like to see, though, is a push over that high of day. Because essentially, you've now made a decent area of demand now, or supply, sorry. If you go from the high before the reversal to the open of the last green candle, you come up with this. So this is essentially where there are sellers. And you kind of have the same thing going down here now, but it's too early to draw for a demand. But that would be your main area to watch out for. It's also nice to see Microsoft finally in the fight, too. They're kicking ass now. They're even surpassing Apple, so that's good to see. You already have the semiconductors up there, so there is some nice movement in the overall tech sector. Will it continue, though? Amazon defending after looking very ugly. Got a very good amount of volume on a hammer. Pretty good amount of volume on this candle retaking the 9 EMA and over this little curl spot. If they can continue to hold over 50% of this candle, that should continue higher. That'll also help out Tesla because they were near their kind of scary level near 195s. So we'll see if that keeps them in range now. And the comms were looking a little more weak. You now have them back, or Google back at its high of day. Meta at a lower high. Netflix really didn't move much off that. Bank sector all over the place. I could see why they're flat. We got some of them going up, some of them trying to break support. They're all over the place today. And that's what's helping keeping that sector neutral. Energy seeing continued weakness, just very slowly. Coin really not rejecting super hard. SPY pushed past that very key level. Now can they hold this zone, or do they want to actually make that new high or not before the meeting? That meeting's not for another few hours, so they have plenty of time to do whatever they want.
XOM's getting below pre-market low.
Microsoft impressive over 276.58 now. Increasing volume on the 10-minute. Got about 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the next 30-minute candle of the market.
Yeah, be very careful. SPY's not past anything crazy yet. 399.40s are right above their head. Apple doing really good after that Microsoft pump, and Microsoft continuing even more. So tech sector is kicking ass right now. Staples are also going up right now. Keep that in mind with healthcare. So we have healthcare, staples, and tech all moving higher. You have discretionary slightly recovering from a base build. You can see we got a low, a double bottom, and now they're building up over the 9 EMA towards today's open. Very good sign. Comms have just done the same. Financials are flat, but are trying to build off a higher low, so that's a good sign.
Apple new high today.
There we
Nice
go.
pop here on SPY.
Yep.
Pretty much almost all the way to 400.
Getting something.
Apple right there at that pre-market high. Meta getting over its yesterday high, pre-market high. Google right there. Alright, on this new 30-minute/10-minute candle, pushing new highs. Apple's right above that pre-market high. Microsoft pushing a new high. Meta right above that yesterday high. It needs to get over that previous wick.
Noxta. You did the exact same thing, but to the upside on Google. Legend.
There you go.
Those retests, man, you're killing it today. Those are not easy. At least at first. The more you start to do them, they get a little bit easier to see, but that's impressive. Two of the exact same setup in two different directions. That is just... it's a good feeling. Damn, Devin, you're killing it too.
Little scalpy scalp. Meta trying to get closer to that wick. Amazon and Tesla coming off that low pretty nicely. Amazon's close to that pre-market high now.
Good call out, Evis, on Google. That's the most volume of the day on Apple. A very strong wick above, but they are still holding above that previous high, so that's a good sign. As long as they hold that, they should continue higher. If you see them crack 160, they're most likely going to retest that 9 EMA on the 5-minute. Microsoft potential seller candle against a good area. Nvidia possibly compressing for another move up. Amazon and Tesla got really good bounces just now on the previous 5-minute candles.
Alright, so now that we had this really big candle on the 10-minute on SPY, something I like to do is take that 50% to 60% area of this big engulfing candle and see how this next 10-minute candle is going to play out. So as long as this next 10-minute candle holds over that area, and if it holds over the pre-market high yesterday high, that's even more bullish, and we could set up a 3-bar play on the 10-minute here. So kind of see if that's going to play out on SPY now, and that's what we're waiting on.
I went or I highlighted it as you were saying it too, so I got a good visual on that. Good job, Mel.
Yeah, Microsoft's the same situation. It could be the same exact 3-bar play setting up on the 10-minute. Same thing with Meta. Tesla could be off the bottom. Amazon could be off the bottom. So yeah, we're setting up good here. A bench day kind of day for you. How much you gonna hit?
I don't know, 2,000, 3,000.
And the cool thing is you see how that 50 to 60% area matches up from that pre-market high area too. Like the little where it just pushed up there. What are you gonna call it? Hump.
A little more votes came in, 69%. Nice, say 25 BPS.
Nice.
Hey, yo, Josh, you want to pull up the NVIDIA 10-minute chart? Because it literally did that, pushed over to the 9, and now it just pushed up higher over 270, making a new high at 277. So how I talked about we really can't short that thing until it breaks down on a bigger time frame. That's a perfect example.
Yeah, I mean, I said that probably 30, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
If anybody was shorting this still, they'd be screwed. I'm actually waiting for it to reach the top of this area here, 289. So it actually does have a lot of room above. I don't know. I just didn't see any sell signals yet. Like, I see an overnight signal from this candle to this candle. But besides that, there haven't really been any signals to say, hey, start shorting it. You know, you could say it's overbought as much as you like. I don't care what indicator you're looking at. This chart's not done. Is it extended from its lows very crazily? Yes, it definitely is.
Everything about it says it should go down, but it doesn't mean it can't keep going up. You know, it's one of the most expensive stocks in the market.
I mean, just start jumping into shorts whenever you feel like it.
So far, we're just getting this nice retest on the 10-minute, nothing crazy.
Don't judge. 45% on GameStop call. Done and dusted. It's nap time. I was gonna say, man, you're 3 out of 3. Well, at least you didn't just trade GameStop randomly, though. You did wait for base to build. Oh, okay, I see where he entered. I was getting his arrows mixed up. Yeah, so he bought at kind of the low of the second part of the double bottom. And then he sold as it reached the... Oh, he did the retracement. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I see on all of yours you did that too. Damn, Noxta, that's 3 out of 3 golden trades, dude. Those were all 3 golden trades. I like that a lot. All 3 took a little bit of patience, and it took about an hour for all 3 of those to pan out for you too. For you to now get to where you are now, so that's always a good sign. Oh, who ruined it? Now it's 75% or 70%.
Hey, 3 for 3 on the day. You know what that means, Knox? That
means chill out.
Yeah, it means you're done for the day, boy.
Go relax.
See that trade log and then be a bunch of losers after that.
Oh yeah, he's in your thing now, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nox is kind of a badass. I think he'll do great.
Yeah, overall, everybody's been doing really well and progressing nicely. There's more green weeks than anything, so that's always seems like everyone's picking up pretty well.
Did you ever hit up Dodge too, since he technically won as well?
Yeah, I hit him up and he said just being able to DM me at any time is cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he wasn't really.
Yeah, I think Nox is gonna be your new star, man. Just give him some time.
Gotta keep him from staying up on the weekends.
Oh, he's one of those. I can't talk shit because I stay up on the weekends.
No, you guys are up late this weekend. Alright, so we got a minute 30 on this 10-minute candle, and so far these 3-bar plays could be playing out. Now we're just looking for this next candle to come in with increasing volume and pop this new high. If not, it will be invalidated. But Microsoft's looking pretty good.
You'd call it RW? Cam. Devin always tries to get me to call him like, dude. Trying to get me started. Alright, just gotta do some weights. Apple testing that very crucial area on the original high of day. Microsoft holding up pretty well still. AMD finally broke down to a very significant amount. It might help Nvidia start to really slow down. We'll see if they can come back down to 265 before the end of this move. Amazon made a lower high under today's open, then pulled back down, and holding a very good percentage of that previous candle. They could definitely still get a good pop. See if that takes them into the previous day highs. That could also help test the momentum. I think what's helping Netflix not just fall through the floor is the fact that Google and Meta are actually trying to hold up. So if you ever see those slow down, watch for Netflix to crack that previous day low, because 300 is a pretty big psychological number for them. Berk BJPM still opposites. I see a couple energy tickers curling. How is everybody in the stream so far, though? Give me a thumbs up. Let me know how you are. Hopefully a lot of you guys are just on the sidelines today or already have taken your trades and are chilling now. We do still have a little while before the meeting starts, as well as POWELL directly after. Which I don't think the decision is what's going to be what moves everything. I really do think it'll be Powell afterwards to give insight on what we can expect moving forward. I think that is really where you'll get a lot of your bigger moves. But we'll see. Nobody knows. Gonna go take a shower, the nap before classes. Hey, man, good on you, Knox. 3 out of 3 today, and you had 3 beautiful trades, man.
Yeah, do get
Have a good day. Observing and vibing with y'all. Love it, Alexis. Good brother, just watching now. No reason to trade. I feel that. Chilling. Good to hear, Moon. Sabrina's chilling too.
AMD's getting below the 90 MA on the 10-minute.
And it'll change. Perfect time for it, probably. On the sidelines today, just watching, listening, learning. Love to hear it. What's up, Big Lou? Knox to Rooney. Stay hydrated. I am, man. I love water. Water's like one of the few drinks I have every single day. I find it crazy when I meet someone that doesn't actually like water that much. I'm like, how?
Crazy.
Bro, water at 2 a.m. does hit hard. When you're over there like dry throat and like dying of like not having water and you got yourself a couple of them half open 3 a.m. bottles, oh, it's the best. No flavor, miss me with that. You're drinking tap water then. It's the essence of life. Facts.
Fiji water is good.
You'll probably drink it's like those bland bottles you can get. Those taste in plumbing I used to dig a lot. And there'd be days where we'd be digging all day. And we had this like one brand of water bottle and I swear it tasted like chalk. It was so weird. Like the first few you didn't really notice it, but the more you had of them, the more you were like, what am I drinking? That was probably the worst water I've ever had. Dasani comes right in at a close second. Dasani is where crocodiles lay in. I don't know how people drink Dasani. Bro, water does have flavor, bro. People are tripping. Arrowhead tastes like tap. Some waters do suck though. I will agree to that. Some waters do suck. If you know your water, you know what I'm talking about. Arrowhead hands down worst. I think I know which one that is too. I think I went to like Colorado and they didn't have Ozarka. They had something called Arrowhead and it looked like the same bottle, but when you drank it, it did not taste like Ozarka. AMD and Netflix both dropping. Great call out, RW, keeping us on track. Some is straight up tab, heavily chlorinated. Yeah. Apple's still having trouble with that push they had. Microsoft pulling down a little bit more. AMD kept pulling down. Nvidia's back to its 5-minute 9 EMA. Amazon's back to its 5-minute 9 EMA after a lower high. So you have multiple seller indications popping up there. Still holding, though. So Meta had a lower high. Netflix kept tanking. Yeah, as soon as Google and Meta started getting a little bit weaker, that helped Netflix. Watch them to crack 300 flat. Glacier water. Smooth. I like the water convo, but still watching the market. Yeah, no, the water convo is a serious convo. Liquid death water tastes like lake water. I've never had it.
No one's mentioning Costco water.
You like Costco water? Or are you saying you
Yep.
don't? Okay, yeah.
Oh, I love it.
I was gonna say it's Costco. Costco's probably got pretty good water. Yeah, Arrowhead and Ozarka are the same bottle company, but different source. I thought so, because yeah, the bottles are like almost the exact same, but they do not taste anywhere close to the same. The Fed announcement is at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The POWELL speech is 30 minutes after. Or POWELL questionnaire, however you want to call it. Bud Light is more water than water. Facts. Everybody give Daniel a round of applause. I really want to drink my water from Flint, Michigan. I like the taste. I can't tell if that's a joke. I hope that's a joke. Sparkling water does suck. Anybody who says otherwise is just dripping. Smart water made you dumb. Prove me wrong. Have you all ever had this bottle? I'm trying to think of the name. This is the bottle I always grab, but I can't think of the name because there's never a name on the front. It's just a bunch of art on the front, and then that's it. I can't think of the name, of course.
Is it Life Water? No.
Yeah, Life Water. There you go. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, Life Water. Life Water is good. I only started grabbing those bottles, though, because there was always, like, art on the front. I never ever saw, like, advertisements. I was like, whatever, I'll try it out. And it looked just like a Smart Water bottle. Smart water bottle. I can't speak now. And that bottle was amazing. If you guys ever see Life Water, grab it. There's also another one that's red and black, and it's by DJ Khaled, and that water's actually pretty good, too. It even has a little scale on the front, a little pH scale or whatever. Oh, ice? Oh, that's good. Have you already... I'm not sure. No bottle tops the Voss bottle. What does DJ Khaled know about water? I do remember that. Yeah, I'm just glad to hear you guys know what Life Water is. I'm very happy. Meta Google still looking a little ugly. Meta just broke 5-minute 9 EMA previous candle. Google's trying to on this candle. So comms could be getting more weak from here. I also see AMD is still struggling. Nvidia, I mean, I should say Nvidia is still struggling. They haven't cracked the 9 EMA yet, but they're trying to, while AMD is well under it on the 5-minute. Microsoft touching. Apple's still holding up very, very well. Previous candle held above 50% of previous candle. SPY pulling down into that 10-minute retracement area that we drew together. One more time. Raw shung stones for your water. Soxel slowing down. Great call out by Mike on the YouTube chat. Soxel is a semiconductor ETF, which AMD and Nvidia belong to. Getting a test of that 10-minute zone we talked about. They touch the bottom of it. See if they can hold above it or where they want to hold. 5-minute EMA is being threatened right now. So it's the 10-minute 9 EMA. Very nice hammer on the 1-minute.
I like Tesla's range is kind of making, whether it breaks up or down, it's kind of just forming a really nice, this tight range since open.
Just spilled my coffee everywhere, exiting all trades. Bad omen. Eesh.
Coffee everywhere.
That would also just suck. Just drop coffee on you. That would suck. Totally fine. Jack, review. Don't just jump into another trade yet. I'd review and see what's up. So it looks like most of you guys are kind of stuck on the quarter-point hike as well as I am on the poll so far after 140 votes. A lot of the guys on the trade floor in the Discord are posting really, really good plans, trades, charts so far. I see Daffy and Bootrock going back and forth at it. Username. Couple good updates here and there. Everybody trying to stay positive on a day like today. I like it. Netflix retaking previous day low. Great call out by Minnie. Now, Ibad, what does that mean then? If you don't know, I can help you out. I'll give you a chance first. If SPY and the triple Qs are mirroring each other, what does that possibly mean for the market? What does that tell you? What fact do you get out of that? It's a very hard word to say, by the way, mirroring. Exactly. Tech is holding the market. Tech driven. Great answers. Which you can see the sector that is up the most is XLK, the tech sector. You have staples, you have healthcare, and you have energy, which remember, energy was taking a bad hit. Now the fact that they're green is helping out some of the smaller sectors. Staples not doing too bad. Industrials are flat. Everything else is pretty much flat. But you do have tech moving the market.
UNH is pulling back. It's pulling down XLV.
Man, when you talk really quick, you sound like Marente a little.
Yeah.
Threw me off a hair. I was like looking for his name, like, wait, what?
Big volume on J&J. Some news just came out. Appeals court won't reconsider Johnson & Johnson's use of bankruptcy for talc lawsuits.
All right, question for the viewers of the stream, whether you're in Discord or on YouTube, feel free to answer and wherever you are. If you could run any company on the stock market, what company would it be? And don't just say, oh, Apple, because they're the biggest company in the world and I want to be rich, which I guess that's a fair enough answer, but there's an example for you. What company would you want to run and why? PG.
Boo wants to be Warren Buffett.
Tesla slight increase in buyer volume, increase on that potential higher low. Could call it TJS. Berkby because I don't have to do any work. Berkshire because their employees know what to do. Two good answers. Monopoly. Pornhub, do they have a ticker? I do not think so. Playboy has a ticker. QCOM because of the future of the fiber needs. Very good idea. Not public, but SpaceX. Very cool answer anyway. SVB because I don't want to work. Okay, that was answer of the day. That was answer of the day. Oh, that was good. What company would you want to run? SVB because I don't want to work. That's perfect. Barrett Gold, largest gold resource. I could see that. All right. I could see why you'd like that. PG so I can get free diapers. Hey, and free lawsuits. Anything so I can run, so I can go play. Airbnb would be cool to travel everywhere. Yeah, and it's actually funny you say Airbnb because they've slowly been turning into the thing that they sought out to destroy, which was more expensive, like traveling. And now they are becoming that more expensive option over hotels. Airbnb became the exact thing they set out to destroy. I mean, it's still a cool idea, but it's just some of that shit's expensive. I was looking at some of these trips people were comparing. It's crazy.
Too much liability on the consumer too, with an Airbnb. hear people getting hit with cleaning fees. You never hear that with the hotel.
Who's all alive in my Discord? Stock Talk. Who's all in here? I know who the speakers are, but who's all in here listening still? None of them are alive. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Yo, what's up, AS? How you doing, man? How'd you hear about us? Bitcoin hit 28.7k. Damn. I think I saw somebody in chat say Ethereum's not going with it. Maybe that was you or that was username. Spy holding 50% retracement of that big green candle so far on the 15-minute. Great call out, JB. Thank you for also saying on what time frame. It's very frustrating when people say call outs like that, don't say what they're looking at. Good call out though. It's still holding the retracement too from the 10-minute, actually. It cracked it there for a second, but it's still inside. Let the 9 EMA catch up a little bit. But good looks on the 15-minute though. I also see we have lowering volume over the past 20 minutes. Taking day to read the Candlestick Bible while the market lulls. Have y'all ever been charged for parking at a hotel? Like, where the hell... WTF, where else am I going to park at? I've never been charged for that, no. I mean, also, it depends, like, how far were you? And what kind of hotel was it, I guess. If it's their parking lot, though, I'd be very surprised that you got charged. That's crazy. What is this country coming to? Hey, Bueller, I'm looking to short SPX at 4106/17 area. I think the initial reaction will be a sell-off, possibly as low as 3950/0. That's where buyers will step in. If it's an overreaction. If so, then we go above 4016 and possibly go way over right of day. Close shorts, then we'll see if we can get it back up and ride. No, you're good. I kind of knew what you meant. I type like that sometimes too. It sounds like a pretty good plan. It seems like you have the scenarios planned out ahead of you. Just don't guess. Just focus on what you said just now. If it doesn't do any of that, don't trade it. I also don't look at SPX while trading SPX, so I'm not much help. I just look at SPY while I trade it. But they are essentially the same thing, though. Essentially. They're not exactly the same thing, though. I used to travel a lot, and it's super common in larger cities. Wow, that's wild. Well, there you go. Taylor said it. Gotta believe Taylor. In LA, it's $50 a night for parking lot hotel. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember here in Miami because I go to the beach sometimes, and they got the hotels. You just pay for parking. It's not free.
Downtown to big cities. Have you tried to pull a Karen? I want to speak to your manager. Let me know. I'll go check it out, Gary. Give me 1 second. 10 minutes. Was that a valid 3-hour play to the downside on Netflix? 10 minutes. Talking about this right here. I like them to be flat when they're holding. Like I'd like it to be like this. like flat. So it's not a perfect 3-bar play, but yes, essentially it is a 3-bar play. It held under a good portion of the previous candle, of the candle moving down, and honestly, I kind of see it more as a 4-bar play. It's just a little uglier because this is kind of your igniting candle from here to here, really. So the fact that this came back up and rejected a good area is what made it a good continuation to the downside. Whether you want to call that a 3-bar play or a 4-bar play or not, I don't care, but it did hold a good retracement. So as long as it's doing that, but it's okay if you can't see the fibs on your phone. I got you, pal.
Like the increasing volume to the downside too.
Yep. Good add-on. Damn, Purple Mango. Anyone got good show recommendations? Just finished the last. Glad you're comfortable enough to ask us in here. Can we mention leap plays or strictly short-term stuff? I mean, I've been going over short-term stuff because I don't see the point in going over leaps yet. But if you want to cover something, Alan, I'm all ears, bro. I'm all ears for you, man. I love every style of trading.
Google's trying for that new higher day.
Good call out. What strike? Oh, that is the strike. My bad. And I guess my next question to you is, what makes you like that to the downside over such a long period of time? What indication on what pops up to you that says, hey, I like this. This makes it seem feasible. Again, I'm a pretty open-minded guy, so just let me know why you like it or what, and I'll see if I agree or not. I mean, it doesn't seem insane. I was just curious. I wouldn't call it insane, at least. I would just say you have a clear plan with Tesla over the longer period of time. SPY lost that 10-minute retracement zone on the 5-minute now, as well as breaking the 90 EMA at the same time. They're now going down to test that very important 399 area. If they break that and today's open, there's a very good chance you see 398.40s and low of day get retested today. So if you value Tesla as a car company with metrics of other car companies, it would be ran $8 stock. Yeah, I'd have to see the numbers. I can't really form an argument, just because I don't know if you're equating them correctly.
I think that's in comparison to Ford and GM.
But if you're strictly measuring them as a car company, though, so I feel like that's a little skewed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
also, the market caps. You know, are you accurately using those in whatever metric you're using to figure out that it's an $8 stock? Because that doesn't really. Again, Alan, I'm not calling you crazy. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just simply saying I don't see how your metrics line up with Tesla becoming an $8 stock. Also, I would like to step up and defend saying that they are an energy company. They are more than a car company. So, and again, guys, it's just an opinion. You're all allowed to have one.
I think the data they pull in is not accounted for enough either. Nobody ever talks about the data that comes from for the auto drive that they're pulling in from each one of those vehicles on the road.
I personally would not say that I see them as an $8 stock. They've gotten over a pretty big hump that a lot of these big dogs are having troubles with. It's not about making a sexy looking car. Anybody can do that. Ford has sexy looking vehicles for EV. GM does. They all have great looking vehicles. It's about the mass production of these vehicles, which is not easy. That is the hardest thing to tackle. It's not even about making a shit ton of this sexy looking car. It's about making the machines that make the machines to make this sexy looking car. That is the part that a lot of these companies are having problems with. That is a hump Tesla had to get over with as well. They've been past that though. It is very hard to scale up, especially considering all this stuff is super expensive. Inflation has only gotten worse. It's not even close. So again, I'm not trying to sit here and defend Tesla as like a huge crazy bull. I'm trying to hear you out. I just personally don't believe that to be accurate. I don't see them as an $8 stock. That's just my opinion. SPY has pulled back a lot more since the break of that 10-minute retracement and the 9 EMA. They've now pulled back all the way to 398.40. Do we continue pushing, making a new low of day? Will we get a good retest finally? Joe Body Shop here in West Virginia can put a nice body kit on a car, turn Camry to a Ferrari. Yep, there it is, Lucky. Mel's liking it. Gorov's liking it. Just tuning in, did anyone consider GME puts first thing this morning? I felt like it was an easy trade, if not why. I just don't trade GME, so that's my why not. But I did actually see somebody do that, Daydream Johnny. I forgot who it was, but somebody in chat did do that from the get-go. But yeah, it looks like that would have worked out very well. Any event that's a leap worth considering, of course I say that, already owning them. Well, there you go, Alan. I mean, that's your trade. That's your opinion. Stick to it, man. We'll see if it works out or not. It's not really about being right or wrong. I just wanted to hear you out and see why you liked that. Now I've heard you out. Apple also testing a very crucial area, still above that recent high they had earlier. Microsoft trying to defend the 9 EMA and the 5 minute still. AMD got a pretty good inverted hammer with volume on that recent candle. Or hammer with volume, I should say, not inverted. Nvidia still kind of like curling on the top, almost like an H pattern to the downside would. Amazon struggling. They had a very indecisive candle in the previous candle. Google's still doing great today, yeah. Another high of day. Google's showing out today. JPM still pulling down.
Nvidia still can't get above 270. They tried it, but no dice.
Nvidia's tired.
Yeah, but the 9 EMA caught up now, so I'm waiting to see what happens here. If they want to continue any more upside, get a little more separation.
If Nvidia breaks 268.50, they're definitely going to go retest 267.50, 266.50 area. So you got like every dollar to the downside for $3 straight. After that $3 straight, you have a pretty nice open area down to 264.30. Also mark the meat of that high, 270.17. Bet you a dinner it goes to $17. Hey man, I'll bet a dinner. As long as it's a McDonald's dinner.
Square has not stopped falling.
I'm missing some messages now, shit. The 39.50 retracement looks more likely now. That's the move that will play out at 2 p.m. They're anticipating it and selling off. I agree it would have been a very good trade. Only thing is, it could have been so predictable. I've not worried about so many. Yeah, same, Daniel. It's just like, sometimes when you see that like no shit trade, it makes you think like, damn, should I even trade this? Will they fake it out just because it looks so obvious? That second guessing coming through. Square is drilling lower. Great call out, Evis. If it does not work out, we are eating at the chip truck. Thank you, Alan, though, for sharing that. Regardless of more popular sentiment around everybody else agreeing with you or not, it doesn't matter. I'm very happy to hear you out. Boo Rock is on fire with his post and charts by members. If you guys ever check those out, always love checking these channels out. I remember he posted those before the Carl up too. If you mark the Asia high, Asia low, New York high, New York low, London high, London low, you will get the levels for the day. What the fuck?
That's a lot of levels.
Those are 3 different... I'm gonna just move on. I wish they would have broken that down a little bit better. I don't know what they're even trying to say now.
I'm sure there's a system that makes sense, but...
If you mark the high and low of 3 different markets, you'll get SPY levels. That's what I was just told, though.
Yeah, I'd have to back test that.
I'm not hating on it, I just don't understand the way it was said.
It's very complex for no reason.
Or, hear me out, I just continue doing the same thing I've been doing, and it continues to work out. Hear me out.
It's already a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, why would I go further? Google might be at a really good stopping point, finally. LOL, I call my buddies around the world for my zones.
There you go, Julian. Good stuff in your puts.
Hey, yeah, good job, Jay. LOL, what I just listened to my brain is the iPhone spy. I mean, I just don't understand it. I don't know why people do that either. Like, I get people want to share strategies and stuff, but I already have something. I'm not going to stray away from it. I love learning. I love that the most, but I also don't like distractions. I'm not going to sit there and let some new strategy or new indicator distract me from something I already know that works. If you guys have taken the time to view it too, you know it works. The TA routine, the BB system, just having those simple levels increasingly helps you. Learning the basics of supply and demand that we've taught on the channel. Learning candlestick patterns. Learning just basics of price action. I haven't been looking at foreign markets as much recently. US would literally be like 2% down and China 2% up on any random given day lately. And that's actually pretty normal, Daniel, especially with how, or at least for China. If you go to the Alibaba chart, you'll see just how many gaps that chart has. They have a very volatile market right now because they are also in a place of uncertainty on multiple levels. Am I bullish China very long term? Yes. What about right now? There's not really a whole lot to talk about right now. They have a lot of issues going on, and so does the world. But China does have its fair share of gap up and gap downs on their bigger time frame charts, though. It can definitely be very frustrating for people who like to at least analyze stock charts that have more stable price action or cleaner looking price action. That can be a very tough chart to navigate. Not for Sand Dollar, though. Sand Dollar's like 20 out of 20 for that chart. That man does not miss.
So far, spot is holding opening price after a pretty nice fade off that pretty fast pump.
I swear, seeing and hearing these 100% gains, not even in my mind, 20% feels like 100%. Last week turned 500 to count to 1,000. All thanks to you. I'll scale up when the time comes. No rush, stay green. Exactly, Julian. That's what I love to hear. Who cares about, oh, let me put more money in my account. Let me start to make more money. Like, no. Why don't we set it into concrete that we know what we're doing, and then over time we can start to grow our account. Let's focus on the important stuff first, like you just said, Julian. I love that you put it that way.
And man, $500 in a week ain't nothing to be upset about. Some people worked 32 hours last week and didn't make that after taxes. So,
oh, he's not upset.
Yeah, it's nothing to ever. It's good stuff.
Love your mindset, though, Julian. You're a winner already. Because trust me, Julian, there's people who stick around and they're like, man, you should only aim for 50% gains. I don't hear from those people after a couple months go by. Keep it up, though, man. I love to hear it. Facts, bro. I love India. Thank God they're our ally. I'm about the trade and education. Better trades will bring greater profits. Love this group. Love you too, man. Thank you for being here, and I love your mindset, man. You have really good maturity. Be sure to drop a like on the YouTube stream if you guys are tuned in or have been here for a bit. It does help out the community a lot, and it's free. Liking the stream is free.
Amazon back to current day open.
That previous one was called Panda.
Panda.
I'm going to dubstep now. It was Panda that was on that original playlist, Jazz. Panda by Dan Uck D. DANUCD. Bitcoin trying to break 1 week 236 fib. You realize you're stuck with me until January next year so I can take a victory lap or get a terrible beatdown. I'm not stuck with you, man. I'm glad to have you. If I had everybody agree with me, I wouldn't have much entertaining conversations, would I? I like having you around. We gotta have a couple bears and Super Bowls here and there. Hey, y'all got it back down to 69%. I don't know how y'all did it, but y'all did it.
Nice.
See, they need to do it like Twitch. Whenever everybody in the YouTube chat votes, like this should be like a betting thing. Like you should be able to win points off of you putting your poll on. So if you're someone who voted 69, you're part of that 69% group, and you get it right, your payout should be small because you're betting on the higher probability side. If you voted for a negative 25, you voted for the reverse hike. You're one of those 5% people. You should get a fat payout and channel points or whatever, you know?
Oh, it's like those odds, sports betting odds.
Yeah, but that's what Twitch does, though. Twitch does this. They give you points for voting, and it's all free stuff. It's not like actual money. It's just points and, you know, fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think YouTube should go in the Twitch direction, just take all their ideas. All I'm going to say on Bitcoin is the recent pump has been because of fears with the banking system. If today they come out with a solid plan, Bitcoin could drop back down to those 19K levels. Good add-on, Cameron. Adding on to the caution for any of you crypto traders.
Google's still growing.
Is it actually? Oh
Yeah.
my God. What is
I'm good.
Meta and Netflix doing?
Nothing.
Meta's near high of day, but yeah, Netflix is doing nothing. You might actually get a pop on Netflix just because Meta's still near their high of, like, meat of their high of days, and Google's still pushing new highs. You might actually see Netflix catch some buyers soon. If that continues that way. Banks are just getting worse. Possible 3-bar play on the 5-minute on SPY. They lost the 9 EMA though. This could be the chance for bears to take things lower. And they've actually rejected under the 10-minute retracement.
J&J is still pulling down. It's not helping the healthcare sector. UNH is holding up okay though.
That's what I need to do. I need to add some healthcare sectors. I'm going to just add the top 3. Yeah, I'll add this down here. UNH. J&J. Alright, so let's put UNH. Whoops. Did I just break my TOS?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I just broke my TOS for half a second. It's like, hold up, what are you trying to do? Alright, there we go. Now I feel a little bit better about that list. Tech holding up very well. AMD, Nvidia holding up still. Amazon trying to move higher. That's a new high of day for them. Watch over to 100.85 for a new breakout above previous day high. This could also help Tesla continue building higher off of those lower highs. Or higher lows, I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Google's going towards 106, surprisingly. Very, very strong push by Google today. This might help Netflix push higher. It's crazy, all this movement on all these different individual equities. And we are up 0.03% for the day. We've really not moved much. A lot of consolidation here for the inevitable event today. FRC is the next black swan. Anything Trading Fraternity says is probably correct. That's the fanboy in me coming out. But no, for real though, next black swan, possibly. I mean, you can't take that out of the book, man. It's a very serious thing that we're talking about right now. First Republic could be that next black swan event. Yo, my bad, Jack. You're right. See, I would add Pfizer, but they're not even in the top 5. I mean, it's an important weight still, don't get me wrong. But list-wise, I'm not going to fill up my list. So I do apologize, Jack. Yeah, exactly. I should have... Damn, Green Candlestick. That was a good answer. I should have said what you said. We don't need Pfizer on the list because we have Jacko. Yo, Devin.
What's up?
Check your DM.
Which one?
I just sent you one on Discord.
Oh. Oh, man.
Do it.
The chart looks too good.
I'll be here.
Amazon getting above previous day close.
Thanks, Daddy. Yeah.
Q's retested that 311 level real nicely earlier. Made a nice push up since then. Getting near its high day again.
Meta, Microsoft helping that out, trying to make new high days. NVIDIA just made a new high day.
So did the Q's.
Rainbow's like the dubstep's on point. Wub wubs and the dub dubs.
Yeah, I'm really just testing this playlist today because all of these songs should be streamer friendly.
Today's definitely a tech day.
It's not even the monetization I'm worried about. I just hate whenever they copyright a song on the stream, and instead of letting me just mute that song, they mute the entire audio of the stream. That's my big issue. So I'm trying to pay attention to see if it does that to me or not. Is it too quiet? Is that what you're saying? Turn it up? I don't want to turn it up too loud, because then what if a song comes on, it's like super, super, super loud. Like, how does this one sound?
Netflix getting above 90 MA on the 10-minute.
Ooh, good call out.
On real good volume too.
Dude, Apple still defended that retracement even after breaking the 90 MA. They're up at high of day again. New high of day, Apple.
Nice.
It's this dubstep song. Nvidia, they had a new high of day, previous candle. Tesla, Amazon's still holding.
Microsoft's still going. Oh, wait, you just said it.
Dude, Microsoft's on crack. I mean, there is no sector damaging us today, and there isn't really a sector helping today. It's really just tech. It's tech versus financials right now, which is kind of being taken out by other sectors. We're like a slightly green day, and that's being reflected on SPY. We're up 0.05%. That's reflecting perfectly. In light of the market's volatility and the potential for certain strategies to perform inconsistently across various markets, could you please elaborate on any modifications or adaptations that you have made to your approach in order to effectively navigate the present market conditions and maintain a competitive advantage? Damn, that was a lot.
I feel like that
TLDR.
was ChatGTP asking the question.
What is something I have personally done, Uzi? I have traded more light. I have traded less. Which a lot of people are instantly go to thinking, oh, but you make less. No, not all the time. But by risking less in a market that is news-driven. You got to remember, a few years ago, we were in a bull market. Right? Right after COVID hit, we were in a bear market. What market are we in now? A lot of people tell you a bull. A lot of people tell you a bear. Some people might even tell you a kangaroo. But when you come to my streams, I will be telling you that we are in a news-driven market, which is the most volatile market you can be in. So you're going to have wild moves to the upside, wild moves to the downside, and you're going to hear short-term blame. Week in, week out. Oh, it's the Fed. Oh, it's CPI. Oh, it's inflation. Oh, it's PCE. Oh, it's the consumer sentiment. Oh, it's the job numbers. That's because we are in a news-driven market right now. So the biggest thing you can do is controlling yourself in that kind of environment, right? So since it's a more rapid, volatile, violent environment, what could you do to lose less or put yourself less at risk by having less risk on the market? So I'm not talking in terms of investing. That's a whole nother story. In terms of trading, day trading, swing trading, short-term trading, you should not be looking to go too crazy every single day. You should not be looking to go crazy in every single position. This is why anytime you trade, and great point, Julian, as I'm getting to it as well, he said, and that's why we're unbiased and chart both directions, every single day, and maybe not today because I didn't make a list, but every single day in these streams, every single day in my chat, the way I type, the way I make my list, I always talk about upside, and I always talk about downside. We talk about both sides for a reason, and it's not to cover my bases so I seem correct to the masses. No, it's to be aware of what's possible so when it does happen, I don't get slapped in the face. I understand why it's happening because I planned it out the day before or the week before, whatever amount of time before. It doesn't matter. You're aware of it before it happened. So you're not sitting there going, oh, there's no way it could go up here, and then it breaks high of day and hits a certain level that you have up there. It's like, oh, well, I should have had that planned. Yeah, that's your hindsight talking. So always cover both sides. Be aware. Understand how certain things work. If you're going to watch SPY, you should understand that there are 12 sectors in that sector, or in SPY. 11 of which that you need to learn. You don't really need to learn the 12th. It's an unidentified, not really important sector. But tech, all the way through real estate and energy, you should understand that moves SPY. If SPY is your focus, and vice versa. Let's say the Qs are your focus. Then you need to understand what are the top tech weights, because that's all the Qs are, is tech. So I mean, you really got to limit yourself to how you approach the market. You can't just assume that you can just trade normal like we could a few years ago, where you just buy calls, randomly hold, and you profit a few weeks later on. That's not how it works right now. Oh, Devin's internet went out. He'll be back shortly. Beautifully said, very insightful, Zaddy. You're a nerd, easy. Strangle options in high volatility events, no bias. Did GME in thanks to Noxta. Good job, Mel. How you been doing today, Mel? Are you gonna be here with me for the full day stream?
Mel did pretty well on that GME play, apparently.
I'm scared to click on it. How much have they pulled back?
Yeah. Google pretty much at 106 right now.
They're killing it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so here's Lucky Nuggets take. So far, SPY is acting like it should drop from the way early pump, trap the calls there, will drop some more, get people to sell out, then reverse before the announcement, and then go up initially, then crash down to 30, 90, 50 area. That's my thoughts. 100% good, Lucky Nugget. I just want everybody here to remember that we have the Fed meeting to worry about, and then right after we have Powell to worry about, which in my opinion, a lot of the more bigger movement that actually holds is going to be after Powell or during Powell, in my opinion. But you're 100% though. We definitely could do all of that. Would make sense too. Oh, is this your kind of music, Jack?
Nvidia managed to get above 270. That enough volume kicked in.
Yo, Mel was not kidding. 122.71% on GME.
Legend.
Well, you could say you beat Leland, Mel, because I don't think he'll trade GME. Leland's like me; he won't touch that. Yep, during/after pals, talking will be the time it comes, it goes. Back up thinking. The opposite of my fiction. Nvidia don't gaff. Dude, literally. Nvidia does not care. This is why I tell people, do not try to randomly short things. Just because it's fat quotations overbought doesn't mean you should just randomly start shorting it. I don't care what RSI on the daily and weekly are telling you. You want to look for overbought or oversold without having to have an indicator on? Look for look for gapped up or gapped down very small body candles repeatedly start to form. That is when you can start to tell something is getting overbought or oversold after a run or after a big drop. Gapped down or gapped up small body candles. Hey, good job, Germ. Even if your paper trade wasn't real or not, it still worked out for you, and then you said your AMC did work out, so that's also awesome. Yeah, I'll probably add more to this playlist, Jack, whenever I figure out how to tell copyrighted music from non. I had to take this from somebody to figure out that this wasn't, but to figure out on new songs, I'll have to look around more. I'll add on to it, though. This playlist is only, like, it's literally 3 hours, 13 minutes. We could definitely make a better playlist than that. That's not long at all.
Made a new higher day.
Oh, wait, this song kind of went hard. Let me find it. This one. And then Acid Nation was kind of a good song, too. Do I think they'll have any correlation today? Yes. On normal occasion without news, no. Because lately, dollar and SPY, if that's what you're asking, those have been moving away from each other. Like, their correlation hasn't been as strong lately. But I think this event could set that up to make them correlate short term. But personally, I haven't really been watching the dollar as much lately. It really was one of the strongest things to look out for kind of reverse correlation against the equity market. But lately, it just hasn't been that way. Bonds are all out of whack, too, so that doesn't help. We got 4 hours till the event. Yeah, 4 hours. Meta's skyrocketing. Yeah, they did get a good pop on that. I mean, I was expecting either Netflix or Meta to do it because it's like, damn. I mean, Google's doing all this hard work. That's got to make at least Meta or Netflix pop up or reverse down to make Google reverse back down. There's just too much push and pull between that sector today. Look, comms is actually positive 0.05%. Which is crazy because you have Netflix down close to 2%. Google and Meta, though, holding up for that sector.
Yeah, Disney being in the same sector is down pretty much the whole day. So it's good. XLC is pretty much being carried by Meta and Google solely.
Yeah, thanks for chilling with me, Sherman.
Yeah, no problem, man. Here all day.
Shermanator. Yeah, I always go over to y'all's channels and I tell everybody on YouTube to go subscribe to y'all. Even if y'all haven't been uploading, just because some of y'all's videos are just that good. Especially yours, those two. I knew those were gonna hold up over time very well.
Yeah, I need to get on a new one pretty soon. You know, things are going on. Don't want to get into too many details, but you know how it works. Life.
Sherman's pregnant. No, it's cool though, man. I mean, you do whatever you need to do, honestly. Like I said, those two videos are already good enough.
Yeah, but I don't want those to be the end all be all, you know what I mean?
True. That is true. That's the line of the day. But the squeeze can definitely persist and market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. That is quote of the message of the day. Hey, what's up, Money Lisa? Glad to have you back. Are you in Ohio? Because Devin's internet also just went out. This does go hard, dude. I tried telling you. This one's Heat Wave. I think Acid Nation's next. I'm not sure. That first song I played, the party favorite, that one was pretty good. Oh god. Oh god. Whoa. Arizona? Okay, yeah. Nowhere close. I'm glad to have you back, Money Lisa. We all missed you. Alright, Jack, I see you. Stay on top of it. We just have SPY pretty much in a range. We had a pretty decent low to lower high, or high or low, sorry, base build. We ended up getting a decent push. We didn't crack 400, like I said. We kind of need to watch 400 flat. And then we reversed back down, tried holding this 10-minute retracement from the breakout to the high of the day. Since then, we've pushed down under it, rejected it, pushed down further, and now we're really just kind of consolidating under it, almost like I said earlier, like a little H pattern that could definitely move us down to new lows if we don't get a push here soon. But we are also still holding over a very important intraday level, today's open. So we're kind of stuck between a good resistance and a really good support. What is the charting platform you are showing? This is Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade. I love TD Ameritrade. They have given me 0 headaches. Jack, if you go to Discord, you can also just listen along with me.
Yeah, now I think. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say something stupid.
Yeah, me too. As far as Thinkorswim, yeah, my only issue with them is the fees, because you can get them beat through other brokerages. But otherwise, if you use them enough, you can get them lower, then it pretty much becomes perfect.
Yeah, besides the fees, I would definitely say they're definitely one of the best. Which over time you can get it lower, but it's only to a certain amount. You can't, like, it'll never be free.
Yeah, I asked them a few months ago when I started using Thinkorswim a lot more. They told me no, but I should probably hit them up again and see if they can lower my fee to 50 cents from 65.
50 cents is nice because it's easy to remember how much you're losing out of each of your trades. Because it's like, all right, one contract I'm basically losing $1 because I'm in and I'm out. That's $1.
Yeah, I like it. It's like the minimum gain that I can get and still break even.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's easy to remember that way. Yo, Ewok with the $10 donation. Thank you, man. Appreciate the donations today. Ewok going big for the squad. I was watching Square, made an inverted hammer on the 10-minute at 11:20, but never got the Devin confirmation. Well, he did have his internet lag out, so he's not here. I can go check out Square for you, though. You said oh, you said 10-minute as well.
Mel pays $6.99. That's crazy.
Alright, I see your hammer. Inverted hammer. Oh, you're saying you never... Okay, my bad. I thought you meant vocal Devin confirmation. I see what you're saying now. You want that 10-minute... Yeah. No, you're doing good, Ibis. Ignore me. You are 100% correct. Good looks, too, because that's a very strong reaction. Hit your needed confirmation. Hasn't gone above it. Now you just have a base move so far. So look for this to try to hold its low. If you can get a good push above that 10-minute EMA, should get a good move. Good job, Evis. Very happy to see you're paying attention. Thank you, Sandollar, for the $4 donation. Thank you for the Russian coffee. I appreciate that. Weekday trading with the squad. Hell yeah, breaking levels. Add some red into that color mix. Who's your broker, Mel, if you don't mind me asking? I am a little curious to see the 30-minute now that we have a few candles there. Failed to hold, held, failed to hold, rejected. This might be the breaking away candle to the downside we're seeing on the 30-minute. Lowering volume trend all the way after that pump. Jack, did you actually join in here? You nerd. Now we can listen to the exact same second. SPY just pulling away from the 9 EMA on the 5 minute still. Like I said, that 30-minute chart making it kind of clear we might be seeing the pull down.
Yeah, most of these charts are starting to pull back. That's not helping SPY at all.
I like this little H pattern we have on the 5 minute. When I say H pattern, guys, I'm talking about this. But I want to see, it's kind of like this. But let me try to draw it in open space. So let's say, like today, you have some consolidation, blah, blah, blah. Then you get a pop to the upside. You get your dip, make your lower high. And then they come back down. This is the H pattern right here. Because it looks just like an H. You know, you have your H. I know I can't draw circular, so I'm sorry. But when you do your H, it's like that. That's exactly what this ends up doing. Kind of like this. You have your little rounding top. But of this move down, you want this H pattern to stay under the halfway point or golden pocket to give yourself that better confirmation of like, you know what? Bears are still in control short term here. So let's see for them to go try to make those new lows or not. But that's essentially the rules of what you want to look out for when you look for an H pattern. So if you ever see me say that, I'm sorry for being vague, but that is what I'm trying to say. Which if we do that exact drawing here, my zoom-ins are amazing today. We'll see that they actually did exactly that. From the high of that move to the dip before getting a reversal, they did actually come back up, reject the halfway point, and they pulled away 3 different times, and now we're seeing a good push away from that. If you go down to the 1 minute, which all my scalp traders, I know you guys have been watching a lot of my scalp trading videos lately, from that, we have a lead test. You have your high, your lower high, and a break lower. There was a positive lead test, a short side lead test today, I should say. I'm like dying over here to get my oxygen. Beautiful example, though, of a lead test. Yeah, lowercase h, you are correct. To be clear as ice. Lowercase h, I'm sorry, not capital. It's a lowercase h. You can kind of see it here, though. If I just zoom into right here. Well, that didn't help at all. You can kind of see it. Line up, line down, and then a little hump. You kept thinking capital A? Yeah, my bad, man. Thank you, Rambo, for saying that. He knew what I meant. Rambo got over 15% on that H pattern so far.
Nice.
One second, guys. I'm going to go grab some water. I'll come back and I'll finish answering questions. Feel free to ask questions. Drop a like on the stream. Sherman, don't die.
I'm still here. Right below that 398.39 level. Nice increasing volume to that point. He was getting back below 311 on the 10-minute chart, below 9 EMA as well. Yes, sir, Jacko. It's all me. Get into that real slow part of the day. Just waiting on the Fed meeting and it's lunchtime. Evan's internet is down. They're working on the internet. Google back at the previous day high.
Hey, I come back and we drop more. What do you know? Yo, good stuff, Sherman, holding it down.
Yeah, not too much. Just a couple call outs. You know how it goes.
Something light.
Starting to get below 90 MA on the 10-minute chart for a lot of these tickers. Still got 5 minutes.
Bank's got a hair more weak as well.
H pattern's working out real nice.
Yeah, they failed to hold. Clean rejection. Man, what would we do without Leland? Probably cry and be poor.
Starve. Leland usually takes. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying thank you, Leland, again.
Oh. Leland usually pays for my lunch.
Dude, Leland pays for everything. Alright, back to y'all's messages. Alexis, before I left, you asked, hey, Bueller, what's your thoughts on Rig? I'm currently long with a 7 call expiration 519. Thanks in advance. I think that's my brother's birthday, actually. Using fundamental criteria of market cap and how well is moving above the 200 EMA. Well, I don't know if fundamentals and swinging are going to help you out a ton, but I will help you out with the TA side of things. I'm not going to lie, their monthly looks really good. I like this curling up move, instantly looking at it. Clearly, I've charted this in the past. I really like this 244 level because they've kind of had problems with it, and they've held so much volume and price action above that. Now, that is a beautiful level for the future. But let's clear all this. Let's go back to the monthly. They're actually hitting a historical spot. If you go back to those lows from a very long time ago, from like the beginning of their life, where they kind of held this support before building up more, they're kind of back up to that spot again. So 8 is a very, very special level. That's a really good level. That's a really good level. I could probably do fibs in the rest of this. Honestly, that's a really good resistance too. I know of the recent breakout that kind of went up to here, held, delete that, from here to here, held, from here to here, held, from here to here, failed. So honestly, I'd probably go from here to here. They reject it, or from my bad, from here to here. Price came back down. They're now rejecting that. So it looks like 630, 650s is a key area. Kind of where they're rejecting the past 2 days is kind of a key area. Not just from a fib, but also recent price action too. You can see on this little rally here they kind of held in this general vicinity before continuing higher. Then they kind of failed it, fought back to hold it, failed it again, and now here they are rejecting it. So they really need to get past this area to really, really get going again, back towards the top part of this recent price action. Should be the... I was going to say, this should be the energy sector or transportation, but it's energy. You have a lot of time, so you have a little bit of time to play this, but overall, they do look like they're setting up for a bearish move until they retake this again. So that's kind of my short-term thought process on that, Alexis. That was a clean breakout, though, on that weekly and monthly, though. That was a huge move. I kept thinking... Oh, I already read that.
Apple closing below pre-market high. 10-minute. Google about to close below previous day high.
I feel
See what
two
happens
things
here.
today that is just my automatic bias. One, rates won't be raised that much, if at all. Two, bearish outlook is likely to precede the decision. Most likely, considering it is news driven too. It's just short-term pricing in things, really. You mean rig might drill?
Gangsta.
Sherman is gangsta. A Gangsta. I'm a gangsta, gangsta. Gangsta. 30-minute volume is picking up a hair. We have 9 more minutes before the end of this candle.
Apple's still going down. It's all going according to plan.
It's exactly what we wanted. Plus, I think I would also just like to be on more common, even ground for a lot of these tech weights before this meeting, rather than pump and then it come out and then we get either a not as impressive pump or overextended pump, or a very, very scary drop that comes out of nowhere. I think I'd rather us be on even ground.
I don't think they're going to really make much of a move until after this.
Apple breaking,
Like, we'll be in a range.
Breaking significant area. Nvidia possibly breaking the 9 EMA and a really good level at 270.15. Tesla never got that pop-up that Amazon got. Keep eyes on 195s. Sherman already called out the Google slowdown. Meta has already been slowing down. Netflix was never ever in a place for us to say it's slowing down. It's been just dropping. Never really helped out the comm sector today. Alright, oh, I don't have to mark yesterday's open. It's basically marked. Never mind. Ending out with another 25% on that lead test. I love to see you taking advantage of those, Julian. Beautiful work, man. How is everyone in the stream so far today? Have a great day, fam. Got to work. I will try to tune in on the FOM. See you later, Daffy. Have a great rest of your day, man. How is everyone on the stream so far? 3 hours since we started the stream. We got about an hour and a half before the FOMC meeting starts. I'm sorry, no, that is way off. I keep reading this time wrong. It keeps changing it from my time zone to Eastern to Pacific. It's like, dude, sit on one time zone. Stop changing. Two Eastern, 2:30 Eastern. These are when the meetings pop up and Pal speaks. Under 398, you like it? No trades yet today. Love to hear it, Ben. I kind of like what SF said just now. Marathon day, taking mental trades. Love to see it.
Yeah, same here. Nothing on my end.
Sand dollar. Thanks for the live. I'd love to watch your channel on YouTube. Appreciate you, Genesis. Thank you, Lucky Nugget. Correcting me. Good morning, Bueller. If you have time, can you please chart Schwan? Yeah, I got you. Bigger or smaller time frame? I guess I should ask that first. Going to assume you mean bigger time frame.
What is that hammer? Doji on there. Jeez.
Yeah, this is a bank.
Hmm.
I got screwed.
Yeah, that volume shows it too.
Bigger time frame? Alright. So for bigger time frame charting, I love the monthly time frame more than any of them. I go for the exact same style charting. I was going to say, they're probably sitting in an area of supply or demand to be sitting like this. Normally after a hammer, you have them sitting in an area where nobody has control. That's seller control, that's buyer control, seller. Now you're kind of stuck where it's like, well, shit, do seller or buyer have control? You don't know. Going from top of that before the reversal, open to the last green candle, which would be that candle. This is an area where nobody has control. This is where they make control. Honestly, that's kind of like the entire TA you need right there. See if they can get a good pop over 60.25s and the 9 EMA and the daily. That would be a very good confirmation for short-term upside. Even after that, though, you'd want to look for a second reversal down to try and hold a double bottom of this hammer or to hold a higher low, because that could definitely help you out with a base build to make these reversals pop up in place again. But honestly, it's not just this that you need to watch. You also need to watch the banks just in general and the interest rate hike. So it's kind of hard to tell you to be bullish or bearish when in fact I don't know, because we're getting that news today. Which this could send the banks to a further plunge. This could help relieve them a little bit. We'll have to see. Plus all of the existential news sitting outside of the Fed decision with all the other bank decisions they're having to make with, all right, who's buying who's saving who's not getting saved. So there's a lot of bank drama going on now. It's not really fair to sit here and say, oh yeah, just start buying dips. No, I truly believe you're going to need to wait for a better breakout, whether it happens now or later. And then of that breakout, I need to see a reversal that makes either a double bottom here or a higher low. Then the second move can be the one that you trust. I just can't trust the first pop that happens, though. If that makes sense. On any bank, and any stock in general that drops like that. I would like to point out, though, the last time we had this meeting, though, or big news come out, we had the exact same candle appear. So we are kind of popping up like last time. So we could also just be seeing the calm before the storm. In my opinion, from a technical analysis point of view, we need to pull back anyway. So if the Fed decision or Powell somehow makes that happen even faster, good. Because we need to come back down and see if we can hold 394 or not in the 9 EMA as support. All we've done is pop above it. We haven't shown, like this one, we just popped above it. We never showed support over it. So it never had that extra confidence to try and take things higher. So that's really what you need to be looking out for now on SPY. And that's why I'm a little bit more short biased heading in to after everything. But again, none of that matters because nobody knows what's going on until this meeting and Powell's over with. Everybody can have a good guess, but nobody knows. The gap has to get closed too, exactly. And even if it doesn't happen now, it definitely needs to happen over the future. Wait, what? I am single-handedly making Bueller rich. On my phone with some connection issues. Event time, I don't care. YouTube is giving me an ad. Every time? That's nuts. Well, thank you, and I'm very sorry, Tobias, at the same time. Beats gets me going. Thank you. I'll try to expand on this playlist. Calm before the storm, popping in and out between meetings. Just wanted to say, hey, what's up, RC? Always happy to see you, man. Do I think Powell bought calls? I'm really not sure, to be honest. I think he's just tired of all this drama, to be honest. He was probably so ready to like make this the last true rate hike, and he's probably ready to start bringing things down over the next couple meetings. But now with the bank crisis, it's like forcing him to go back to stage one. So we'll see. Not have to, but a lot of people want it to play it like that. Exactly. Dump it into the ground, make me rich. Love Tobias's energy. Powell has to come out positive with the bank crisis in the forefront. However, what he says about it, exactly. It's not really about, because it's kind of like forcing him to be positive on the whole bank crisis thing. But what we need to see that he doesn't have to be positive on is the outlook, the forward-looking process. How long are things going to take? How aggressive are they going to be? That is what could set things off. Theta hasn't been cruel to me, which is making me sus. I'm only down $2 on my Nvidia poots. Well, it's Theta. If you're day trading, it's not going to affect you just yet. What are your thoughts on the new swap lines created this past weekend by the Fed? I'd have to go see them again. I remember seeing the initial report come out. I mean, I think it's needed, Allen, just because all this other stuff going on now with the banks. The bank crisis is forcing the Fed's hand. They have to react. That's why you're seeing them do the things they're doing right now. They can't just keep raising rates and think, oh, we'll be good. No, they need to continue fighting inflation, but only to a certain extent that doesn't damage our banking system. That'll hurt us a lot more. Powell will look like he's 150 years old instead of the one. Exactly. No, it is. It's probably very stressful. Oh, good job, Mel. I just saw your trade result post. Good job. Let's say there is a 25% or a quarter point hike. How does this affect LeBron's legacy? It doesn't. It can't, is how I should say that. Hey, Bueller finally got me a PC. Been getting it set up, but had to stop by the stream. Thanks for all that you do, brother. Say, glad to have you in here, Hazy, man. I'm really happy you got your PC set up. Hopefully it lasts a very long time for you. Someone knows that we are dropping. What if Powell had a heart attack live on camera? God forbid. But sweet Jesus, the market would go down 10% in 10 minutes.
More.
I don't even want to know what would happen because I just don't even want to think about my boy getting a heart attack.
Yeah, he's too cool.
Banks should react today, yes. Banks are directly connected to what's going on today. Yeah, he definitely has the most stressful job in the world. I think on that panel they had where it was like a bunch of the world's leaders asking him questions, they were all like making jokes about that too. They're like, you have the hardest job in the world, not us. I can tell it is slow by the comments today. Comical.
Tesla getting below pre-market low.
A 1,000% Leland will show up with 400%.
With the Fed meeting? Easy.
Good job, Jack. Keeping your loss even smaller.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were still in that, Jack. I saw you took a call on that earlier.
And then he was like, I cut. And he's like, wait, I didn't cut. And he's like, wait, I'm in.
UNH is definitely one of those ones I don't recommend to actually day trade, though. The option chain is just, the stock already has low volume. The option chain reflects the same thing too. So you're gonna have definitely bigger spreads. So if you're in something and you're already if you're down on it, you want to get out, you're gonna have to pretty much hit the bid and then lose even more immediately. And then on the other side, if you want to swing it, the options are super expensive. So if you don't want to get this week's options, you gotta get into next week's, and they end up running you in the thousands for a couple of them.
I hope that H pattern made a lot of sense to you guys, because that was very clean seeing that happen as this candle started to increase in volume. It only ever so slightly did when we were looking at it, and then it definitely finished with rising volume over the previous candle by the end of it. We even made a new low from then. That was a very awesome breakdown. So I just hope a lot of you understood it. It's not really about like, oh, who caught that? Who caught that? I just want to make sure you guys understand. So there are amazingly passive entries that happen. I'm not going to say every day, but almost every single day. You know, sometimes you start off the day and it's like breaks out above your level, it comes back down, retest a golden pocket, and then you get your entry there and it breaks out. Sometimes you wait till after this move is made, wait till this high is made, this reversal happens, you get the halfway check of that reversal, and then you get your lead test, then you get your continuation down. Day sells off the rest of the day, create your base build, you got your high, got your lower high, they make that push over that high, and you got a third passive entry. So there's 3 types of trades that happen a lot during just a normal day.
Like, I think Alan Allen is referencing The Wizard of Oz.
He's essentially calling his ex a witch of the Wild West. Perfect entry in reverse. I'm like, I can't get it now. It's moved too much away from my target. Don't beat yourself up too much, Lucky Nugget. The more times you mentally trade it, the more times you're going to see it. The more times you're going to start to hesitate less over time is how I'm trying to say it. Don't beat yourself up. Happens to the best of us. Trying to hold that recent low of day that we had. They're fighting for it. Ooh, Tesla could get really busy if they continue holding how they are right now. Keep that in mind.
AMD's going up on some pretty good volume.
We'll see you later, Tobias. Thank you for being here. Hope your meetings go well. Volume is minuscule. Yep, 100%. We are in lunchtime, and we are getting closer and closer to the important news everybody's been waiting on. I will see you, Tobias. Don't work too hard, man. Let me know how that Rocket League goes. 3 doges on meta, 5 minute. Good call out. Meetings are not going well. Some influential people I know are stressed as fuck. Well, hopefully you guys get to push through it. I hate that stuff.
UNH. Over the 9, under the 9, over the 9. Yeah. It's pretty much just stuck in a range since the open.
Make sure to drink water, everybody. If you're Leland, Red Bull.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a coffee soon.
Bet. That actually does sound kind of good.
Yeah, you know what? I'll do it right now. I'll be back.
Bet. Ha ha ha, you're all stuck here with me now. What's up? Who's in this Discord voice chat still? How many of y'all are still just chilling here? If you are you also watching the YouTube stream, or are you just chilling here? Which, I mean, either way is fine. I'm just curious. What's up, Deep? I'm up in here trying to get a scholarship. You get more XP for a scholarship if you're in the Discord and the YouTube stream. Lurking here, trying to stay awake. I feel that. Me and both, it's twice the fun. Are you AS63? Or are you Plebere? Chilling, working, and flipping back and forth. I feel that. You're AS? Okay, bet. I thought so. Yo, Julian's here too. I'm just trying to give everybody a chance to tune in however they can. Is all I really meant by it. I wasn't trying to like get you guys to join both at the same time. Join YouTube or join Discord, whichever you can join. It's really up to you. I think optimal viewing would be if you were in the Discord call, because you'd hear me and the music. And then you could just mute the YouTube stream. But if you don't have capabilities to do both, one or the other is fine. I think I'll try to start a work to stream to both the Discord and the YouTube. We'll see, though. I think I can somehow broadcast the event or something. I just haven't figured it out. Yeah, Discord no music, but if you click on my name and listen along, there is. So it's kind of really whatever preference people want, I guess. Yo, Leland's in here too. Oh boy. Stevie from Eastbound, man. Yeah, I couldn't remember his name. I just knew he was Kenny's friend, Kenny's homie. When they came back from Mexico, that was hilarious. Sherman left and just Bueller. Pff, I'm out. I feel that. Stevie Janowski. There you go. The 63 is not your age, by the way. It's okay. We don't judge on age anyway. If anything, a lot of my guys in chat, there's a lot of youngins, but then there's also a very good mix of a lot of older people as well. So we have a really good mix of age groups in my community. And everybody's pretty open and wholesome too. We're really just looking to learn from everybody, regardless of how much experience you have or not. I mean, there's people who've been around these markets a lot longer than I have, and I have nothing but knowledge to take away from them. That's his head count? Oh god. His body count? Am I your friend? Were you driving? It's a stupid joke, Alan. Ran out of fingers and toes to count age. Am I calling you old, Mel? I would never. You know me better than that. I would never call you old. Also because I don't exactly remember how old you are. So it really wouldn't be fair. Michael Copland was the Elon of the year 2000. Older, not old. Exceptional parallels between Copland and Elon. Copeland. Good birthdays on the 28th, not to forget. 28th of this month? March 28th? Oh boy, I better write this down on my calendar. Bring lots of gifts. I got you. I always wanted to set up the birthday thing in the chat, but it's actually so hard to actually set it up because then everybody will just spam it, and then some people will joke around, and then it'll just be too toxic and just be spam of messages, and I didn't want to do it. But that would be pretty cool to do down the road. Yeah, spy volume is super weak today, Keanu. Let me turn on this. We've used a quarter of the average volume, which now we're at an average volume of 100 million per day. We're only at 25.5 million today. So we have a 0.25% of average volume. Oh, isn't he the guy that invented highs and lower highs and all that, Allen? He kind of invented, like, the original price action structure. I think he got destroyed later on, but for a long time, though, his, I'm pretty sure if I'm thinking of the right guy. I'm thinking of that triangles picture. But when he did talk about the markets and how they fare, he was right for, like, I think it was like 50 plus years or something.
Jacko, I'm back.
Yo, what's up, man?
What up?
Yeah, Jacko's like, I'm out since Sherman left.
Just getting my coffee. And you know how it goes. Market blows up when I go get coffee.
Hey. Somebody's got to make the sacrifice.
I'll take it for the coffee.
Dropper. BB Bot posted a rising wedge. That was 7 minutes ago, and that's on the 4-hour time frame.
That's also
Whoa.
right at the top trend line of like the last. I posted something in the
Oh, my
trade
bad.
floor earlier.
I got you. I do
See if I
remember
can
this.
find it.
I do remember you posting this first. Not that one. I think I scrolled too far. Nope, I found it. Nope, that's not it.
Oh, it was at 9:51.
Ah, I did pass
No,
it.
no, no. That's a lie. That's a complete lie. I think it was before open. Yeah, 8:55.
Let's see.
Yeah, so that's where I
see
was
it.
saying if we get to 400, I was gonna play something short.
Was this a SPY contract? Like not SPX or like futures or anything? Username when you traded this SPY play?
Yeah,
This was okay. I was like, dude, how is this only $28? But then I realized it was SPY.
yeah. It was and just one contract.
Dude, that's
On a normal day, it
move,
would have
though.
been 10 or something.
That was the lead test I was talking about earlier. I was like, this is probably the only passive trade I've seen today. And you literally took it.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm not good at those. So I was that was a bigger success to me than 10 or $28.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. The first few that I traded were kind of a bitch and a half to like see and trade and like competently use.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
over time, dude, honestly, just after a few more of them, they're like my bread and butter now. As soon as Leland started posting those gains and like consistent, I was like, all right, dude, I gotta stop everything I'm doing. I'm just gonna do whatever Leland's doing. And since then, man, I've been having a lot of fun. It doesn't really like erase everything you've already learned either. Like it kind of anything just reinforces everything you've already learned up to this point.
Yeah, it's kind of supplemental, right?
Yeah,
It doesn't change an existing setup. It's supplemental.
it's definitely nice. Damn, I got Sherman and username in here today. That's what's up, man.
What's up, username?
So I got a short stay though. In between things.
Because you're ready because you got to be at the Fed meeting. I know why.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Man, we're coming up in a spot here, aren't we?
Yeah, very, very nice sell-off to the pre-market low now.
Wow, H pattern's still working, huh?
Yeah, H pattern's still not giving up from when me and Sherman were first discussing it on stream. We talked about it on this candle. We're 33 minutes
Almost
later.
an hour ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's a long time.
About to hit that pre-market low.
Excuse me.
That is a strong one too.
I'll look into it more, Alan. Love to hear it.
Volume looks good on the 5 minute. Let's see how we look on the 10 minute and 5 minutes.
Jacko said, I'll buy your next coffee for the next move on SPY. Studying Dr. Alexander Elder's trade for a loving book. Very interesting. I'll have to check that out. Damn, Burok is on fire on the trade floor. I mean, I'm not surprised, but like... on fire per usual. It's fun watching like Burok or Rambo on the trade floor or premium chat. It's kind of nice to just kind of like watch their story move along from like them planning it all the way to what happened to afterwards. Like, all right, everything. It's nice to see it all work out.
Like, they're killing it. There we go. Pre-market low. Next one below is previous day open.
Banks got more weak again. Tech trying to be the last green sector besides Staples.
Tech really fell off from where it was.
Big time. And what's funny too is what was mostly holding up half of that sector was semiconductors.
Right. Everything else was still red.
Yeah, Microsoft helped us out, but that was literally the only one that really moved. I mean, Apple moved, but they've been slowing down for a long time now and have pulled back.
It'll probably just be Staples holding whatever's left.
Like I said, though, I wanted us to at least have some fair ground here before this meeting comes out, because then nobody can be like, oh, we were up too high or we were down too low. Like, no, we're in a good spot. We can go any distance from either direction right here. That's a big wick. Good looks, good looks, good looks.
Yeah, I'm on the 10 on a J. I see it.
I like the 10-minute, man. It's not too slow. It's not too fast.
I've been trying it the past couple of weeks more than the 5. A little more passive in my taste. So
I've been using it for like double confirmations a lot more, and it's definitely helped me on a couple of my SPX trades. 10-minute is amazing. The 10-man it. Where is 10-man?
yeah, this would be the kind of day that he should set up something like a butterfly or something.
Dude, if we got
maybe
him, username, and Marente in the same voice chat, I don't know if I could tell who's who.
No, you can't. Just, I mean, it's gospel though. You know it.
Yeah. We all know the facts. Username and 10-man especially. Since Marente is just username's AI auto response. That was funny. He was just like username was like, all right, see you guys later. Marente the next second was like, watching Tesla here.
Oh, right, I remember that.
That was too good.
I've never heard.
Didn't even say
either.
bye. I was just like, watching Tesla here. All right, let's see what this vote's up to now. I just realized we broke 200 votes. So 205 votes in. 14% of you are saying half-point hike. Y'all are mental. 14% of you say pause. Y'all are hopeful. And a reverse hike. 5% of you. So 68% of you are saying quarter point hike. We shall see who is the
Who's saying reverse
craziest.
hike? Jesus. I'm sorry.
What is 5% of 200? What is that, like 10 people?
Yeah.
So 10
They're
people, 10 to 12 people voted reverse hike. Double that, or almost triple that, voted for quarter or pause and half point hike. A secondary outside poll that doesn't affect this poll. Who's the craziest? I'm not vibing with this song.
AMD and NVIDIA are not following the same path. They got divergence. AMD just still going up. Still trying to reach their high day. They're right there.
I voted for half point because I'm a high bidder. I gotta stretch. I'm trying out for username's football team.
You're what?
I'm trying out
What
for your
was that?
football team.
Oh.
Yep, 48 minutes, Gord.
I call linebacker.
Now you have to try out for it. You gotta be pretty tough.
You have to be able to take out username.
Yeah. Actually, we do have a football meeting tonight.
I know, I'm gonna be there.
Nice.
Gonna go over the game.
I actually do take them on sometimes.
God.
The only part that's bad is I don't have pads or helmets, so if they get their face mask into me, sometimes it'll like cut me or welt me.
He's like, I've been known to send a couple kids to the hospital.
No, not all the way to the hospital.
I'm not crazy, I'm just wacky.
AMD did get that high day. It's cool.
Wow, yeah, it's wild. Nvidia was destroying AMD percentage-wise, and now it's the other way around.
Right?
Meta is holding up very well, too. If their ticker wasn't META, I don't think I'd ever call them Meta. I mean, it
It'd
was
still
like,
be Facebook.
dude, like it was like 3 months into it being Meta, I was still calling it Facebook.
Yeah, because the ticker was still FB, right?
Yeah, even when it was Meta, I was still like, this is Facebook, everybody. It's just, it was so hard to transition. Plus, saying FB is a lot quicker than saying, or it feels quicker than saying Meta. META. What's up, Oaktown Poppy? How you doing, boss? Be sure to check out that members only section. Definitely got a lot of videos in there for you. How big is username? Have you ever seen Fort Knox? He's about double that.
He's a fortress.
Want to size up my opponent before trying out for the team? What the heck? Somebody went into the Chat GPT channel and put Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos combined into one person, and the first picture is so weird.
Oh my god, I see it.
The other two are just straight up Elon, but the first one's like from behind it looks like Bezos, but the closer you look, you're like, wait, is that Elon? And what is that hat?
I don't know.
It's the Bezos helmet.
I'm trying to figure it out. Is it
It's like
is it one of those VRs? Or
it's like he's the dude from X-Men.
oh, Cyclops?
No,
Oh, Professor X with the thing.
yeah, Professor X. There you go. That's what it kind of looked like. All right, we're getting a bounce off pre-market low. Pretty close to yesterday's open. Heading back towards the buy reaction, towards the 9 EMA on the 10-minute. Very, very normal price action. The question is, will they stop at the 9 EMA for a short-term retest, or are they going to want to go all the way back up to 398.40 / today's open for a further up retest? We shall see. We do have the meeting starting in, I can't count, 43 minutes. 30 minutes after that meeting, we'll have POWELL. Still got 123 people in here. Be sure to drop a thumbs up on the stream if you haven't already. Glad to have you all. Be sure to share the stream out to your friends or anybody else who likes to watch charts. I'll probably drop another shared link to everybody on Twitter and Discord when the meeting starts. If I can pull it up on CNBC US here on TOS, I will. If not, I will probably try to just pull it up on Google, or on YouTube, I mean. Same thing. Buy reaction slowed down as anticipated. Again, just kind of watching out for the short-term retest to see where it's going, but in reality, you're just really chilling before the meeting starts. Wouldn't really put yourself at risk right now.
AMD's still going. What's up?
Kind of sucked because I really wanted to take some SPX scalps today because the account's doing fucking phenomenal. But I didn't want to rush anything, to be honest. I'd rather miss out than be in pain. Yesterday, though, man, that was a really, really awesome day. I had just like a swing close, and then I had a very, very small SPX scalp, and it was just an alright day. It was like my third biggest day in this account since starting it for the SPX account. And then I took that third trade, and it turned it into the second biggest day, and that was just freaking awesome.
Nice.
And it was still $100 off the biggest day. The win rate's on fire. Through 19 trades, we've won 15 of them. Definitely enjoying it. Been a lot of fun, too, because we had some awesome ups and downs in this account. All the videos and things we did together, too. Started off kind of good, then hit a bumpy road. Started off good again, hit another bumpy road, and learned a lot in both of those bumpy roads, I guess you could call it. Definitely been an awesome
kind of
little
life,
journey,
though, isn't it?
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it would be fun if I looked back at that and I just saw straight up green everywhere. In the moment when you're in that red, you're like, you know what, this is shitty. I hate this feeling. But then afterwards, you start to learn a couple things. You're like, you know what, this is what I could have done better. This is what I'll start to limit myself towards. You know, so what if it didn't go with me? Everything is situational. You know, there's always something wrong or something right. Go over it, review it. What can you work on from it? What can you control? You know, and then afterwards, it feels a lot better. During the moment, it's like, oh, this feels like shit. But then afterwards, you're like, damn, I'm really happy I actually took that loss now and recovered a little bit, because now I can say, oh, well, I learned that. And you'll always remember that moment. You'll remember when you did that, when you recovered from it. And you'll not gonna say you'll never make that mistake again, but it'll be very important for your future. So that's honestly been super enjoyable too. The losses and what we've learned from them. The wins and what we've learned from them too. You know, the wins are really just confirmation that you stuck to what you planned beforehand. The losses, though, the losses are what you should be reviewing, because this is something that either something went wrong on your end or it just didn't work out. You know, it's just a losing trade, and that happens. But did you stick to it? And if you did stick to it, then your loss should reflect that. Shouldn't be down 62.8% on a supposed day trade.
Oh, stop it, man. That hurts.
I mean, I've hit them too, man. They hurt. They hurt like hell. You lose like 60% on something, is all because you probably entered a really good or a good entry. You know, let's say you got a good entry and you just didn't end up taking profits, or you ended up holding a really bad reversal, and you were just like, you know what, I'll see if it comes back. And then it doesn't come back. You end up in that variation of price action where it just ended up dumping on you.
And it never happens when you follow your rules.
Oaktown Poppy said, stop talking about me. I'm not looking at any strikes today, Cedric. Cedric Miller, I'm not looking at any trades today. But on occasion, just to show you what I do look for, though, so you're not, like, totally left in the blind. When I do trade SPX while watching SPY, all I look at is the kind of first just couple here. And today, they're very pricey, so it's another thing I just noticed, and I'm glad I'm dodging all of this. I haven't paid nearly any of these prices for what these contracts are today. These are crazy. But what I go for, though, is I like to look at the delta. So make sure your delta is where you can see it. It's the very first decimal number I have, so it's very easy for me to spot. And I like to have this at least above 0.20. 0.30 is golden, but if I can get between 0.20 and 0.30, that's perfect for me. Right now, they're all very, very high today. They're not normally anywhere close to this. Normally your 18's like way up here, and your 30s are like the last couple. So normally I'm only looking between like the outer like 4 or 5 options here. I'm really never going much farther than that. I don't really care about the theta. I don't really care about the gamma. I really don't care about the open interest. I really don't care about the volume, because there's always volume on the XPX chain. I'm really not even worried about price. The parameters for that account are try to spend less than 1,000 on a trade. And in that, you can see I've actually broken that rule a couple times. I need to quit doing that. I broke it once, close here. We did it just the other day. Yeah, 17 right there, 1160 here. So I've broken the rule 3 times. It's a no-no. Doesn't matter if the outcome was red or if the outcome was green. As you can see, I've had both variations there. It doesn't matter. But I like to go for that delta, and then that's my rule for my pricing for when I'm buying. And yeah, and I limit myself to entries. I don't ever just randomly enter. That's why I was kind of telling you the only decent entry I've seen today, based on how I like to trade SPX same days, are the lead tests. I haven't seen but one lead test today. You had a good base here, a good breakup with pretty good volume. It could have definitely been taken as an opportunity here. Rejected, came back down. They finally built some base here. And if you go from where they had their high of day to where they finally stopped when they were selling off, they actually did go up to the halfway point, gave you really, really good risk-reward trades there, to the downside, that is. And you could have definitely taken the lead test to the downside. But IV is very high today based on a lot of expected news coming out. So if you ever go look at an options chain, you're like, damn, this is kind of expensive. It's probably because it is. Higher delta better? Yes. You want the higher delta. It's probably a bad example to show you today's chain, though, to be honest, because they're not normally that expensive, and you don't normally see that high of a delta across the first 15 options there. Normally, it's a lot less than that.
Yeah, the balloon's inflated today.
So. But that's the parameters for that account, though. That's the main couple pieces of info we go off of for each trade in that account. Pretty much every trade I've taken has a video too. The only one I didn't do a video for was the last trade yesterday, which I linked an example video to that, which is the lead test. Just because I literally just explained that in a few of the videos before that one too, so I didn't want to repeat video it. If you guys want a link to that video, I can link it to you. This video is pretty cool though. This is essentially what we go for though. Yeah, SPY Rewind right there says 95% IV on 0 DTE SPX. Typical day it sits around 30%. Yeah, that's pretty wild. 200% more. Apple at 160 area of interest. Good call out, Mike. But hopefully that answered all your questions. I also don't recommend same-day trading SPX unless you're scalping. That is a strictly quick in, quick out. If you also notice on my trade log, I have a time in trade tab on the O column. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 3, 8, 5, 58 seconds. You can see down here I have a 22-second trade, a 54-second. I'm not in these trades that long. You're in, you're out based on quick entry and exit. There are ways of holding longer. I'm not going to say there isn't. But you don't want to mess with same-day SPX unless you really, really have confidence in what you're going for. I recommend looking at a lot of these stocks that I have here on the left. A lot of your top tech, comms, discretionary. These are really, really good moving options chains. Or even better yet, just focus on just watching SPY. Understanding that weights are what moves the market. There's also a cost to delta benefit as well. Yes, I like that he just pointed this out. Like a higher delta isn't good if your cost per contract is disproportionately higher, 100%. He says, I think the sweet spot is between 20 and 30 of delta on SPX to give you a good return on investment relative to the movement. Those are my kind of scalps. Hopefully that made sense, guys, but that made a lot of sense because the higher the delta, you also spend more money, but also You might be, let's say for 0.25 delta, you're spending $700. For 0.35, you're spending $1,400. And then randomly at 0.45, you're spending $3,000. Well, you're spending a lot more for that jump when you have no extra jump in the delta, which means you probably should just buy that one that's in the middle or the lower one. So that made really good sense. Very, very good point, though. You could apply that to any options chain, really. But hopefully the lead test made sense too, because this is kind of like the trade that you should go for anytime you see it. It's a very passive trade, a very patient trade. It doesn't pop up very quickly. You have to wait for a good amount of price action to go by to actually see it. And it happens a lot. It doesn't happen every day, but it happens a lot. The buy the dip setup, it's the exact same thing, but vice versa. The opposite direction. Apple got a pretty good pop. AMD got a good pop still, like Sherman was saying. That's helping Nvidia too. Nvidia's working back up again. Amazon and Tesla are working back up again. Netflix building pretty good base off low of day. JPM finally stopped making new lows. It's good for the bank sector. They were down almost 1%. They're pulling up again now. Yeah, the only top sectors that were really hurting us today, short-term intraday-wise, were financials, and then honestly, healthcare wasn't really doing much either. They were even pulling back down, and they weigh a really good amount, so that didn't help. And then you have discretionary too, who really didn't get much pop action, but they really didn't lose much either, so it's not the end of the world yet. Tech held their ground. Again, that is all intraday-wise. Go to the bigger time frames, could be a completely different story. Try to sync this part of the song up with the market closing. Rising volume on that hammer against resistance. Tough level here, and a pretty good candle popping up. No, I didn't skip your playlist, I swear. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know any of these people, Jacko. I really did just half-ass steal most of these songs from a playlist. It was by an old YouTuber I used to watch, and they had like in parentheses it says it was a streamer-friendly playlist. I was like, all right. So I listened to all of it, and then I like put what I thought were good ones in the playlist. Faux King vibing. Yeah, I thought I'd change up the playlist because we've been playing a lot of that lo-fi whatever playlist for a while, so I thought I'd switch it up today, and then I'll probably try to find another longer playlist over the weekend that's, again, streamer friendly, because I don't want a bunch of live streams that's video recordings end up getting their audio blocked because of those songs. Good mention by Boo Rock. He said Spy and Vix popped at the exact same time just now. Like I said, tough wall at 398.39. Especially with that hammer popping up with pretty decent volume. We'll see if they want to consolidate here in between the 9 EMA and the 398.39. The PAL Pump playlist. What songs would be included into the PAL Pump playlist? EDM arc has begun, you know it. Lucky Nugget. Go off. Pretty indecisive candle here now. Are we seeing a transfer of power and giving a chance at breaking through 98.40, or will we see a return under the 9 EMA? All right. Beginning of that song kind of made me question it, but it picked up. Yeah, if you recognize like a song beat, I have realized a lot of these songs are basically real life songs, but they changed it up completely. But it still has its original beat, if that makes sense. Waka waka. Bulls on parade. Yeah, we'll see. They look like they're ready to try and take out this 398.40, even after that hammer. Which, again, it wasn't like this was the most impressive hammer. It's just something significant. Pretty good rise over previous candle, and it's at a good level. But, again, not the craziest amount of volume. Not even mentionable, really. That would be the 5th. Yeah, it's not even in the top 10 volume of day per 5-minute candle. Tobias, I just retweeted your Jerome Powell meme. Here, I'll share it on stream. Why not? Jeez, this is a good one too. You bought Carvana at the top, and then the scene from Margin Call.
If you haven't seen that movie, you guys need to see it.
If you haven't seen Margin Call, you can just leave the stream.
I mean, yeah, like, how are you even at this point and you haven't seen it yet?
Damn, Trinspider kind of posted a good one too. Hasbullah. Alright, enough of Twitter. This few seconds just filled up all I need of Twitter today. Exactly. It's only money. It's all made up. Spy Rewind. I also think that line's from the Hummingbird Project. Honestly, I don't think a lot of people have seen that, but the Hummingbird Project is an insanely good movie. And it kind of has the insights of like market maker mechanics. Buying your order, selling it to someone else, vice versa, to and fro. Being the true scalper of the market. And yeah, they're only making a couple cents per trade or so, but they're doing this hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of times a day. So they're making like a lot of money per year if they get it up. And the whole point of the movie was for them to try and get the fastest connection at the time to the stock market. I would definitely check out the Hummingbird Project though. That was a really, really good movie. It's definitely one of my favorite stock market movies. C+. I mean, I can see why. I'm just a big fan of Jesse Eisenberg's pretty cool, but then the it's like something Skarsgård. I never remember his first name. But that other actor's pretty cool, is why I liked it so much. But the idea behind it was really cool though. A little sad at the end, but it was a really good movie.
It looks like it's on Hulu for anyone who wants to watch it.
It's on Hulu, but I'm going there now. Apple got a pretty good move off the retest spot from earlier. Damn, Amazon had a Hulk candle. Tesla's got a pretty good retest candle too. You can see Tesla on some uppity up here. As long as they hold 196 basically.
Wonder if these tickers are starting up a little early.
Bueller, did you go to college? No, I did not. The song sounds like it's about to turn up. UNH triple bottom starting to pull XLV up. See, previous days, demand is right there.
Or you're looking on the 5-minute, Jacko.
That's crazy. J&J is actually bouncing off demand while you have ABBV rejecting demand, turning it into supply.
J&J had that news earlier, something about Talcon bankruptcy or something.
Bueller went to prestigious distinguished gentlemen's college. Yeah, you know me, man. Do I know Kenny Glick? I don't think so. Not that I know of, at least. Should I? Let me know who that is. Definitely checking that movie out now. Good. Legend. I see you. ABBV, only one looks to be still going down. Would like to be... Yeah. Them in sync would be a lot better. But as you can see, a lot of sectors are doing that too, Jack. And that's why it's important to look over multiple sectors, even if you are focused on one, just to see what's the correlation. You can see a lot of sectors fought each other today. Tech's really kind of been the only one that's kind of been working with themselves. And even then, we've seen some kind of, distance themselves. Kenny Powers. Did you think college would be a waste of your time, or were you just not interested? Honestly, I just didn't know what I would go for. I don't think college is a waste of time. I just think it depends on what you go for.
So far, I've wasted my time with it.
It really depends on what you go for and the individual, in my opinion at least. Because are you going to be a doctor? That's a whole nother level of difficulty. Then are you going to just go for a couple years? That's a whole nother thing. So it really does depend on who are you and what are you going for.
I think a big thing is what a lot of people do is they know they're not going to use it, but they feel like they need to finish it anyway. So they're going to start a business or something. And I've met people from my school that did that. They started their own business, and it's you didn't need the degree to start your business.
No, yeah, that is like a common misconception. Everyone always thinks like you have to go to like school to like do certain things. Like, no. What do I think about getting into investment banking? Well, I mean, that's really up to you. That's a whole nother... It's really up to you, Elijah. Will's to 7. Well, I'm sorry I skipped over you. He said, what are the levels above 399.41? I was grabbing that in-between level up there just to show you. Above 400, I mean, above high of day, which is basically at 400, you have 400.60, which is that really important bigger time frame level that we've gone over a few times. Then you have 402, which is merely a halfway point between the next bigger time frame level at 403.44. So we have a lot of room above, as you can see. But 400 is essentially a very key level above, psychologically and a technical analysis level too. Very, very important. But 400.60, I would just combine that area. My bad for skipping over you. Trade school was fun. Yeah, honestly, plumbing was, like, even though it was kind of stupid at some points, it was a lot of fun to learn so much about something that's actually important. That's pretty cool, though, Jacko. That's really good journey you've had then. Good afternoon, King. How you doing, boss? That 400.60 LOL should have had that in my memory as much as we have done. Dude, exactly. That level's imprinted into my head. I don't just remember 400. I remember 400.60.
Same. I think we've dealt with that like, what, a dozen times in the past couple months?
Dude, at least. That level's... It's definitely a level a lot of us have memorized now, without even looking. I can hear Devin now, big ol' nothing burger. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, we'll get 25 BPS, and it's like, oh, it's already priced in. We're expected. All's good.
Which is kind of what we went over at Open. Like, we'll probably see a good move to the upside. We'll probably see a good move to the downside. Will it go anywhere by the end of, the day right before the meeting? Probably not. And you can see right now we're 0.09% down. We're really gone nowhere. We're sitting perfectly in the middle for whatever kind of catalyst, whatever direction to happen. We're ready for it all. SPX can run from here. What's up, Mel? For some, the process of attaining the schooling... Getting ready to see if we get a massive move. 221 votes now. I just realized you guys are killing it on voting today. Make sure to get y'all's vote in. I am going to end the poll right before the meeting starts here in about a few minutes. Again, that's at the top of the YouTube section. If you go to the top of chat here, you can see it. 222 though. Look, it's about to do some inception here. Y'all ready? There it is again. 221 votes, but only 136 likes on the stream. Those are rookie numbers. We gotta pump those up. I agree, Spy Rewind. I agree. To be fair, I think a lot of people got excited, voted, and then just left after they realized, oh, today's probably not going to do much. So it's okay. We'll let it slide. I do appreciate the likes, though. If you guys have thumbs up the stream, it means a lot. Thankful to have you all here. And we do have another full day stream on Friday. We'll just be doing a normal day tomorrow. Nothing crazy. At least here, now the jobs that teacher made fun of me, or made fun of plumbers, McDonald's, are making more money than the biology majors that work at Gap. Yeah, I actually attended a Ford-specific automotive class, got Red Seal and for certified. If you're known for shops like oh, nice. Damn, Jacko the Grind. So have you noticed when they moved a lot, like a minute or two before the announcement, it's like the insiders had the info ahead of the time, and that's the direction it will end up going, even if there's a pullback after the initial move. A lot of the time, even if it is insiders or not, there is also algos literally dedicated to react to certain things. So that's why you're also seeing it so fast. Maybe if that's what's throwing you off when you see things that fast. Maybe just thinking like there's no way a human could be that fast. Like a lot of algos are actually dedicated to do certain things based on certain parameters people set beforehand. So that could also be why you're seeing it so fast. But yes, you will always have that happen. But I wouldn't say it's always directional, though. You said it always goes up, or you know, regardless of going up or down, and then it, regardless of a pullback or not, it keeps going that direction. That's not always the case. Sometimes you do get a rejection, it ends up keeping you in range, and then you have indecisiveness going into the next day. Before the movement, that just could be a lot of indecision, to be fair. People trying to jump the gun. Risking what they can without hurting themselves, jumping the gun. Could also be the case, too. But yes, I mean, there's always going to be insiders, but it's not fair to sit there and blame every single pop that happens or every single drop that happens on an insider movement.
I'm honestly excited to see these levels play out to the T, even with the most volatile conditions.
I'm excited. Yeah, definitely see. Do we go to 402 or are we going to crack support and go down to 395s? We shall see. I'll definitely try to keep the chart open. It's funny because you could probably just stare at Traded Floor and you'll see everyone spam the news as soon as it comes out.
Okay, what are we getting here? 2 o'clock.
All right, here comes the fun.
Oh, man. Okay. Okay. I got an SPX option that I'm seeing the chart on too. Just went from $6 to $8 just
We
now.
got a quarter-point hike raise as expected. So good job to everybody who voted that on the poll today.
Nice.
Which means 65% of you were correct.
461 to the T. It's not coincidence.
Coincidence? I think not. But yep, I am being spammed with notifications. Quarter-point hike.
Oh man, that option that went from 6 to 8 is now down already.
Yeah, those SPX same days are probably doing some insane stuff right now.
Oh yeah. I'm not planning on trading it at all, but
No, yeah, it is kind of fun to just. I honestly, before I started trading them more often, I legit watched them for probably 2-3 weeks straight without actually trading them, like just to kind of get a feel for how some of them move at what distance with IV and certain stuff. 20 to 30 is definitely the sweet spot, but sometimes even that can be a little funky.
mm-hmm.
So just kind of nice to get used to the price of everything. Three out of 3 on polls, legend.
Yeah, we definitely have more volume here than the open on the 5 minute, so that's all it took.
Huh. That level really held that whole time. I was kind of paying attention to Twitter. I just looked back up. Yo, you just voted? Legend, Dom. Legend. That's honestly big brain. Dollar taking a dump. Good looks, RC. The team working here.
Economic opportunities.
Ew, I don't want to listen to that.
All right, break it above 460, 401.
By the way, that candle was the most volume on the day, everybody. The only thing that can really truly send this down now to have a directional movement down, besides retests and just seller reactions, of course, would be if Powell was to come out and defend that they have to keep the door open for not pausing. Like if he comes out and says, yeah, we're probably going to pause soon, and confirm the dot plot chart. If you guys haven't seen that, you could definitely Google it. I'll send it in Discord here in a bit. But if they doesn't follow that or they have to update it, then we will definitely see a reaction from the markets. And I have the press conference ready to go on my other screen, just waiting for it to start. Of course, we have 24 minutes. Tuesday. Bitcoin's ripping as well. Nice. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Yep. J Power did go on like, oh, here we go again. The GTA meme. Fed projects one more 25-point hike this year and 75-point cuts in 2024. Music's kind of fitting in this scene. Yeah, let me change it again though. Nope, not feeling it. This is the one. This is the first song I played today and it was kind of a banger. Very large wick down on this candle. We saw this at the kind of the middle to end of the previous candle before they closed it up higher. So we'll see if they end it the same way. They do still have 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this candle. 5-minute candle. But the 10-minute looks crazy now. I would pay attention to see if the 10-minute stays above 400.60 or stays above 400, because if it can stay above either of these, it could definitely get some consolidation before some continuation, but if they end up pulling back lower than that, they could definitely keep it in range for a possible larger pullback. So I'd keep that in mind. Wow, they're even wicking it to red. What a massive turnaround. Sherman, you know how much a SPX same day would have paid from right here to right here? Just on that single 5-minute candle?
Actually, yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
About
I bet it paid a lot. Because at this moment, when you're pushing up higher like that, that's killing put premium, the intrinsic value of it, right?
Right.
It's destroying the premium. But then, let's say you buy it while it's dying, right? Now, I'm not saying do this as a strat. I'm just saying it's kind of interesting to see options move that way. And then instantly, as soon as this stops, that option's already turning green. As soon as this starts to reverse and as soon as this turns red, that thing's probably already paying 30, 40, 50% based on just that, which is crazy because that's not even that much movement.
Yeah, SPX is a different animal, man.
It is. It's insane. For swinging, you should stick to SPY. For scalping quickly, definitely want to do some SPX if you are definitely confident with your SPY TA. Will fade down a lot. I got 50% on 405 calls. I'm done for the day. Good luck. Hey, good stuff on it, Jay. Great work, man. Have a great rest of your day, man. You deserve it. That was the second most volume on the day on this candle. The first being the previous.
Yeah, Josh, that wick down, I'm looking at a few options. They're basically 100% gainers if you manage to grab the top of that, grab those puts.
Dear Lord.
And I was underestimating it. I didn't realize my option chart was on the 2-minute. Even then, it's a 50% gain on the main candle it worked off of.
It's just insane. Just knowing that makes you instantly want to go, all right, I got to somehow figure out how I can limit myself to really, really good trades and then take advantage of that energy that SPX provides.
Right? I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've traded SPX, and then all I would have had to do was hold it longer, and I get 300-400%. You know, it's not part of the plan, so. But
100%.
still, you look back to see how it could have gone. Not as a FOMO, but more of as a reference.
Don't pause. Press play.
So what's up on it, Jay? 50%. Nice.
That guy lasted an entire 60 seconds in chat before getting banned. That's a freaking record right there. Oh, just boring elevator music still. Meeting still just chilling.
Oh man, we're still going down off of that since that wick.
If we have a candle in like this today, and then we get a lower open, we're gonna look like this. Yeah, it's crazy. If you use my bigger time frame chart, that's the only level it's gone up and touched. That's nuts. They had a problem closing over 400.61 though. That level really sticking out again. Like a sore thumb. Will this be the third most volume on the day? Are they going to keep the streak up? They got 30 seconds. And all they did was bring us back down and test today's open. That's all we just did just now. Like literally to the cent. If you go grab today's open, it's to the cent touching that level. $400.61, man. It's resilient.
Oh yeah.
Candle is a big middle finger. It really is. Got about an hour and 45 left of the market. 15 minutes from now, we will be hearing Powell. Will he pump or will he dump? Here, let's do a quick poll. We have 15 minutes left to do it. I'm going to word it just like that.
Money machine go Bert.
Will Powell pump or dump? Pump, dump. Let's get an overall consensus from everybody. Oh, did not mean to add an option. Whoops. Ask your community. There we go. That's what I meant to click. Will Powell pump or dump? Get your votes in today, folks. We shall know in 14 minutes. What about pump then dump? There you go, rough trader. Log into your second account. Vote for the other side. It's called hedging. Add
I play
nothing
both
burger.
sides, so I never lose.
Oh, I should have added nothing burger. All right, well, for the fun of it, just vote pump or dump for the initial move. We'll just talk about the initial move. I won't completely judge you right or wrong because y'all are correct. I should have known better. How dare I? Hey, I was testing y'all. That's what I was doing. Y'all passed.
Play both sides so you never lose.
Oh, there you go.
I think I read something that said like 96% of the time you can pretty much just short the opposite move of the initial move, and it works 96% of the time. I'm not too sure about it. I haven't back tested that myself, but it seems to have worked. Just giving a quick look. This always happens. We move high in one direction, then it reverses it and continues in that direction until the rest closing bell.
That'd be pretty crazy on some SPX trades too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm
That's why,
bearishly bullish.
I think when these meetings started having more meaning to it in the market, I was asking Tin Man what he thought about just getting a call in the put, like just a regular, just one of those regular plays, get one of each, and basically it still works. You're gonna have one side devalue, but the other side's just gonna overcome the value of the other side in its entirety, and then you'll actually be able to play the move after you sell. Like if it goes up and you sell your call and then it starts to creep back down, you'll still be down your put for a little bit, but eventually, since it's the opposite movement, it'll continue that direction. You will be able to profit off that too. It was just one way to go about it.
I'd have to look into that more. I didn't even.
I don't recommend it though, because you are losing value on one side no matter what. And with the volatility that's going on, it's kind of like the balloon's deflating on you already.
Yo, what's up, Bugs? Just waiting for the pal, boy. What's up, Alif? How you doing?
Yeah, that's right. Debit spreads. Had a brain fart.
Echo conditions too fragile. He can't get hawkish. In my opinion, we pump. I like your analysis, RC. Be there, my guy. How are we today? Very excited for today. I am as well. Doing pretty good today. Been going kind of strong on the stream. We're almost 5 hours in. We got another hour and 40 minutes or so. Probably get something to eat after that, but definitely enjoying the day. Even if the day hasn't been that eventful, we definitely talk about a lot today. So, and honestly, the past few weeks of the streams have been super eventful. Not just price action wise, but also just lessons, kind of talking about different things. So definitely been a lot of fun. I definitely enjoyed it. Plus, the stream definitely helps out. A lot of the people in here are pretty cool, and some of them are funny. Some of them think they're funny, aka Jack. I'm just kidding, Jack. I'm sorry. Otherwise, just a gamble. I would do it only a profit just to get this 5x, 10x. Best streams of the random lessons. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of what happened today, actually. I think that's why I enjoyed it so much, is because it really wasn't on my mind. Like, I didn't just sit there and like plan out what I wanted to say. It was just kind of spur of the moment kind of thing, which is kind of what a lot of my content is based on too. I don't really sit there and practice or do like 10 takes before I record the video. I kind of just record me going at it, and then that's it. So it definitely is nice kind of just posting natural content, because then I know I could be myself. I don't have to worry about trying to be something else. I'm in my put, still down 250, up 220, and even now going to see if we get the massive dump to my initial target. Pray for me. I don't pray for positions, man.
Let's just see what happens.
True
Whatever
streams
happens,
are the
happens.
friends. Jacob Joyner? Yeah, honestly, that's kind of what I like, Jacob, honestly, is like everybody in here. There's a lot of people in here with super positive energy and just, regardless of winning or losing or having barriers to surpass over time, and everybody's willing to just help each other out and continue forward. If you want to play this, go like 1/10 of your position. That's decent advice. Because if you lose, you're not completely complaining. And if you win, you got some good lunch money. Good brother Bueller, how are you doing? Love your streams 24/7, 365 days. Hey man, appreciate you. Love you too, man. I've been doing good though. Thank you for asking. So Apple for me. That's what I did. And yeah, that is a good point, Mel. We could drop overnight. We could rise overnight. There's definitely another uncertain move to happen after hours or in pre-market of tomorrow. We never know. The bigger time frames definitely have a lot of top side resistance, I would say. Like, I would say we're closer to resistance than we are really, really good support. So I would say puts probably have better probability. But that's not to say whatever Powell comes out with or whatever move we get towards the end of the day doesn't change that, though. I definitely would not swing anything tonight. I swear I know this song that this song copies, and I just don't know it. Let's see, my bad. I hate watching spikes, so to get some of the DJ out, I play uber small. Nice, you have a vice for that. Good, good, good. How you been doing though, Bugs? Glad to have you in here, man. Daffy's been in here constantly. He's pretty much talked in every stream, except maybe today. I think today he wasn't here.
No, I think you say he was busy at work or something.
Yeah, he's been busy today. Is he doing his makeup? Lose 30 bones to make 1K, I'm in. Legend. Bugs money. Make sure y'all drink water. Don't just sit there and be dehydrated.
Thanks for the reminder.
Hey, man. Sometimes you forget when you're sitting here watching something or talking or just enjoying yourself. It's kind of easy to forget. I also love how out of 50 votes, you guys kept it at a perfect 50-50 percentage on the pump or dump. Yep. That's what we got, Genesis. That's what we were telling everybody too. Which was also what was mostly priced in. That was kind of what was expected. So it's not like this one is really going to draw a super large move. The move to the upside and then the slowdown makes sense to me based on what was expected. Now we're kind of just waiting on what Powell can possibly do to extend this bullish move, or if we're going to get a retracement back down and see if the bigger time frames want to slow down or not. Well, divert, they have to. They have to keep having these meetings. You'll have at least 8 Fed meetings a year. And they have to keep having these events with CPI. They'll keep taking in, gauging the reports of PCE. I mean, these are things that we're going to constantly have to pay attention to while we're in a news-driven market. But to answer your question, there will be a little bit of time before the next meeting. Like I was saying earlier, you'll have a little bit of time to kind of get what to expect from here towards the next one. And I'll have a good update video for all the YouTube members too. I'll probably do it Sunday though, just so I have everything I need in the video, for you guys are fully updated on what to expect. over the next couple weeks going into the next meeting and then the meeting after that. You kind of just get a feeler for what the next 2 meetings can be expected of, a feeler, after what's said today. That's kind of all you'll get. But that's a very big amount of time. That can definitely help out. Just waiting for the piano music to stop so we can check out the FOMC event. See my boy Powell come out and knock a home run out of the park. Hey, thank you, Bugs. I got one as well. In case if this one doesn't work though, I will use that one and I'll just pull it on over. Thank you though, man. Appreciate you. You're the only person who did that. No, not for everyone else, just for me. Ja, man, ja. Ooh, good luck, VKK. I just saw what you tagged me with a couple minutes ago. We'll see if that stays validated or not. Do what, Sherman?
No, I was just reading BKK's comment. Long week on SPY came off the fair value gap over 50% on the last retracement and the trend line retest. Yeah, I was wondering where 40170s came from. I guess it was that. It's always something. Everything always makes sense.
Somebody in chat sent an empty picture of the stand, and Jacko said John Cena's on the stand. That's really good.
I like how the joke has still been going after all these years.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's the greatest. Dude, that's how you know we were having problems on last Friday's stream. We had a full day stream, and I probably dropped like 300,000 frames. I'm using the exact same settings as Friday. If not more aggressive settings, like it should be worse than Friday's. And I've dropped 0 frames today. That's how effed the servers were on Friday for YouTube servers. I didn't touch a damn thing.
Then they're recommending you do stuff, right?
Yeah, for real. Yeah, literally, I was using recommended settings. It wasn't just me though. I did go look around YouTube later on that night, and I saw a lot of streamers were having issues. So it was definitely a YouTube server thing Friday. Some people's streams weren't affected. Some people's were. It happens. I'm not trying to piss off Google. Alright. Let's pause that music, Bueller.
Alright.
Hey, Fed, let's maybe pause y'all's music. You know what? Actually... I could just put this on OBS and y'all could just see the menu of it. Oh, he's coming out.
There he is.
Good afternoon. Before discussing today's meeting, let me briefly address recent developments in the banking sector. In the past 2 weeks, serious difficulties at a small number of banks have emerged. History has shown that isolated banking problems, if left unaddressed, can undermine confidence in healthy banks and threaten the ability of the banking system as a whole to play its vital role in supporting the savings and credit needs of households and businesses. That is why, in response to these events, the Federal Reserve, working with the Treasury Department and the FDIC, took decisive actions to protect the U.S. economy and to strengthen public confidence in our banking system. These actions demonstrate that all depositors' savings and the banking system are safe. With the support of the Treasury, the Federal Reserve Board created the Bank Term Funding Program to ensure that banks that hold safe and liquid assets can, if needed, borrow reserves against those assets at par. This program, along with our long-standing discount window, is effectively meeting the unusual funding needs that some banks have faced and makes clear that ample liquidity in the system is available. Our banking system is sound and resilient with strong capital and liquidity. We will continue to closely monitor conditions in the banking system and are prepared to use all of our tools as needed to keep it safe and sound. In addition, we are committed to learning the lessons from this episode and to work to prevent events like this from happening again. Turning to the broader economy and monetary policy, inflation remains too high and the labor market continues to be very tight. My colleagues and I understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve. Without price stability, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. The U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, with real GDP rising at a below-trend pace of 0.9%. Consumer spending appears to have picked up this quarter, although some of that strength may reflect the effects of swings in the weather across the turn of the year.
Oh, no.
In contrast, activity in the housing sector remains weak, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Committee participants generally expect subdued growth to continue. As shown in our summary of economic projections, the median projection for real GDP growth stands at just 0.4% this year and 1.2% next year, well below the median estimate of the longer-run normal growth rate. And nearly all participants see the risks to GDP growth as weighted to the downside. Yet the labor market remains extremely tight. Job gains have picked up in recent months, with employment rising by an average of 350,000 jobs per month over the last 3 months. The unemployment rate remained low in February at 3.6%. The labor force participation rate has edged up in recent months, and wage growth has shown some signs of easing. However, with job vacancies still very high, labor demand substantially exceeds the supply of available
This is what a chart looks like when nobody knows what the hell's going on.
FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance over time, easing upward pressures on wages and prices. The median unemployment rate projection in the S&P rises to 4.5% at the end of this year and 4.6% at the end of next year. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in January,
if he says the P word, grab
PCE
calls.
prices rose 5.4%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Excluding those, core PCE prices rose 4.7%.
Woo!
In February, the 12-month change in the CPI came in at 6%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.5%. Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year, but the strength of these recent readings indicates that inflation pressures continue to run high. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.3% for this year, 2.5% next year, and 2.1% in 2025. The process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy.
The 400.60 level holds
Despite
again.
elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets.
Wow.
The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people.
Oh, that is some nasty
My
downside.
colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that
Yeah,
high inflation
Jacob, I
poses
was
to both sides of our mandate.
literally sitting here thinking
and
the
we
same
are
thing.
strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2%.
We have not heard anything new yet.
At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point,
Yep.
bringing the target range to 4.75% to 5%.
Yep.
And we are continuing the process of
Right, good thing I took
significantly
profits
reducing
there.
our securities holdings.
We're working back up a bit.
Since
Let's
our
see what
previous
happens, though.
FOMC meeting, economic indicators have generally come in stronger than expected, demonstrating greater momentum in economic activity
All right,
and
Powell.
inflation.
Tell us what to
We
expect.
believe, however,
moving
that events in the
forward.
banking system over the past 2 weeks are likely to result in tighter credit conditions for households and businesses, which would in turn affect economic outcomes. It is too soon to determine the extent of these effects, and therefore too soon to tell how monetary policy should respond. As a result, we no longer state that we anticipate that ongoing rate
Third most
increases will
volume
be
of the day in
appropriate
this
to quell
candle.
inflation. Instead, we now anticipate that some additional policy firming may be appropriate. We will closely monitor incoming data and carefully assess.
Yeah, they just ran
the
pockets on
actual
both
and expected
sides, that's for
effects of
damn
tighter
sure.
Credit conditions on economic activity, the labor market, and inflation.
Now, Jacob hit it
And
right
our
on the
policy
dot.
decisions
He hadn't
will
said
reflect
anything
that
new yet.
assessment. In our SEP, each FOMC participant wrote down an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what that participant judges to be the most
Hourly chart
likely
looks
scenario
crazy.
going forward. If the economy evolves as projected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 5.1% at the end of this year, 4.3% at the end of 2024, and 3.1% at the end of 2025. These are little changed from our December projections, reflecting offsetting factors. These projections are not a committee decision.
That's
or
the
plan.
second
If
most
the
volume
economy
on the
does not
day.
evolve as projected, the path for policy will adjust as appropriate to foster our maximum employment and price stability goals.
Oh my God.
We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting.
That is the
based
most
on
volume on the
totality
day.
of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening in labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude,
By the way, we did
understand
wake
that
up
our
for
actions affect
the
communities,
pre-market
families,
low,
and businesses across the
for
country.
anyone that's wondering.
Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can
51 million total
to
volume on the
achieve our
day.
maximum
Disgusting.
employment and
Waited
price
all week for
stability
this.
goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
All right, here we freaking go. This is where the movement's going to come, or are we going to get the
Colby
nothing
Smith with
burger?
The Financial Times. How confident is the committee that the recent stress that we've seen and you've alluded to is contained at this point, and that deposit flight among mid-sized lenders in particular has ceased?
Thanks. So I guess our view is that the banking system is sound and it's resilient. It's got strong capital and liquidity. We took powerful actions with Treasury and the FDIC, which demonstrate that all depositors' savings are safe and that the banking system is safe. Deposit flows in the banking system have stabilized over the last week. And the last thing I'll say is that we're undertaking a thorough internal review that will identify where we can strengthen supervision and regulation.
Okay, just a quick follow-up. I mean, given all of the stress and the uncertainty that you've also alluded to in the statement, how seriously was a
He
pause
kicks her mic out of her
considered,
hand. Sorry,
for
only
this
one
meeting?
question.
So we did consider that in the days running up to the meeting, and you see the decision that we made, which I'll say a couple things about. First, it was supported by a very strong consensus, and I'll be happy to explain why. And really it is that the intermeeting data on inflation and the labor market came in stronger than expected, and really before the recent events, we were clearly on track to continue with ongoing rate hikes. In fact, as of a couple of weeks ago, it looked like we need to raise rates over the course
old
of the
dip
year
rip, dip
more than
rip
we'd
that we've
expected
all grown
at
to
the time
love.
of the SCP in December, the time of the December meeting. We are committed to restoring
gonna
price
try and
stability,
navigate
and
through
all of
this.
the evidence says that the public has confidence that we will do so, that we'll bring inflation down to 2% over time. It is important that we sustain that confidence with our actions as well as our words. So we also assess, as I mentioned, that the events of the last 2 weeks are likely to result in some tightening of credit conditions for households and businesses, and thereby weigh on demand, on the labor market, and on inflation. Such a tightening in financial conditions would work in the same direction as rate tightening. In principle, as a matter of fact, you can think of it as being the equivalent of a rate hike, or perhaps more than that. Of course, it's not possible to make that assessment today with any precision whatsoever. So our decision was to move ahead with a 25 basis point hike and to change our guidance, as I mentioned, from ongoing hikes to some additional hikes maybe, some policy firming may be appropriate. So going forward, as I mentioned, in assessing the need for further hikes, we'll be focused, as always, on the incoming data and the evolving outlook, and in particular on our assessment of the actual and expected effects of
He's
credit
staying
tightening.
protective. He didn't say pause, and he said, yeah, I was
Can
just
you
taking
explain
coming.
the difference between ongoing rate
That's
increases
not the P
and
word.
firming? Does firming imply a rate increase per se, or could policy
Look,
firm
he's
without
pressing
you
the issue.
increasing rates?
No, I think it's meant to refer to our policy rate. Really, I would focus on the words may and some, as opposed to ongoing. So we clearly were, what we were doing there was taking on board trying to reflect the uncertainty about what will happen. I mean, it's possible that this will turn out to have very modest effects. These events will turn out to be very, very modest effects on the economy, in which case, and inflation will continue to be strong, in which case, the path will might look different. It's also possible that this potential tightening will contribute significant tightening in credit conditions over time, and in principle, if that means that monetary policy may have less work to do. We simply don't know. So,
Do you have concerns that the hike you did today could further exacerbate the problem in the banks?
God, he shut that book loud as hell.
no, I mean, with our monetary policy, we're really focused on macroeconomic outcomes. In particular, we're focused on this potential credit tightening and what can that produce in the way of tighter credit conditions. I think when we think about the situation in the banks, we're focused on our financial stability tools, in particular our lending facilities, the discount window, and also the new facility.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, in your testimony 2 weeks ago, you had indicated you thought the terminal rate would be higher. Obviously, that was before the stress in the banking sector. And I realize there's a lot of uncertainty, but can you explain at all to what extent your forecasts or those of your colleagues or those of the board staff incorporated today a material tightening of credit availability because of the stress in the banking sector, or are you waiting to see it in the data before you incorporate that potential tightening into your forecasts?
Are you good?
So, we've just come from an FOMC meeting, and the people who write the minutes will be very carefully counted. But I'll tell you what I heard. What I heard was a significant number of people saying that they anticipated there would be some tightening of credit conditions, and that would really have the same effects as our policies do.
They got the close over 400.60.
Including that in their assessment, and that if that turned out not to be the case, that in principle you'd need more rate hikes.
That was the first candle to do it.
Some people did reflect that in their SEP forecasts. I think there may also just have been. Remember, this is 12 days ago.
397.50
we're
to
trying to assess something that
401.50.
just
That
is
is just
so
an
recent,
insane move.
and it's people. It's very difficult. There's so much uncertainty. So December was a good place to start, and we wound up with very similar outcomes for December. And in a way, the data in the first 5 weeks of the intermeeting period, pointed to stronger inflation and stronger labor market. So that pointed to higher rates, and then this latter part, kind of the possibility of credit conditions tightening, really offset that effectively.
To follow up, have you considered at all whether your primary tool, the funds rate, is going to be enough to sustain the kind of tighter financial conditions that you believe will be necessary without doing significant damage to the banking sector? Have you, for example, considered changing reserve requirements, selling assets out of the system, open market account, as a way to better achieve tighter financial conditions that don't accelerate deposit erosion, for example, from banks?
You know, we know that we have other tools in effect, but no, we think our monetary policy tool works, and we think, you know, many banks, our rate hikes were well telegraphed to the market, and many banks have managed to handle them.
New high of day after finally holding 400.61.
There we go.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask, you, along with the FDIC and the Treasury, the Fed Board, decided to invoke the systemic risk exception to allow uninsured depositors to be protected at these two banks. And I was just wondering if you could speak to why that decision was made. Was it purely a confidence issue, or was there a concern that there would be some sort of economic contagion or financial contagion from the failure of these banks?
The issue was really not about those specific banks, but about the risk of a contagion to other banks and to the financial markets more broadly. That was the issue.
Okay, and then can you also, just to follow up, can you speak to the role that you will be playing in the Fed's internal investigation on its supervision and regulation?
So Vice Chair Barr is of course leading that review, and he's responsible for it in his capacity as Vice Chair for Supervision. I realized, you know, right away that there was going to be a need for a review. I mean, the question we were all asking ourselves over that first weekend was, how did this happen? And so what we did was early Monday morning we sat down and said, let's do this, and he was obviously going to lead it in his capacity. So I don't, you know, my role was to announce it, and I get briefed on it, but I'm not involved in the work of it.
Hi, Chair Powell. Howard Schneider from Reuters. So I want to go back to your February press conference. You mentioned the word disinflation, I believe, 9 or 10 times, a process that you felt was, I forget the word you used, but gratefully underway or something like that. Is disinflation still occurring in the U.S. today?
Yes. I mean, what actually happened, Howard, was I got the question 12 times. So it's maybe it's a feature, not a bug.
Maybe if you'd answered it once.
So, but yeah, absolutely, absolutely the same. The story is intact. So it's really three parts, right? Goods inflation's been coming down now for 6 months. It's proceeding more slowly than we would have liked, but it's certainly proceeding. Housing services is really a matter of time passing. We continue to see the new leases being signed at much lower levels of inflation. So that's 44% of the core PCE index, where you've got a story that's ongoing. Where we didn't have in February, and we still don't have now, is a sign of progress in the non-housing services sector, and that is, you know, that's just something that will have to come through softening demand, and perhaps some softening in labor market conditions. We don't see that yet, and that's of course 56% of the index. So the story is pretty much the same. I will say that the inflation data that we got, to your point, really pointed to stronger inflation.
If I could follow up on that, I was curious why you don't see more coming from the credit crunch, because it seems to me that's something that you'd actually welcome to a degree and expect. And are you not seeing more coming from that because you don't know, or because you just don't want to have another round of wishful thinking?
So it's really just a question of not knowing at this point. There's a great deal of literature on the connection between tighter credit conditions, economic activity, hiring, and inflation. Very large body of literature. The question is, how significant will this credit tightening be, and how sustained will it be? That's the issue, and we don't really see it yet. It's so people are making estimates. You know, people are publishing estimates, and it's very kind of rule of thumb guesswork almost at this point. But we think it's potentially quite real, and that argues for, you know, being alert as we go forward, as we think about further rate hikes. For us, we'll be paying attention to the actual and expected effects from that.
Gina. Hi, Chair Powell. Gina Smilik from the New York Times. Thank you for taking our questions. I wonder if you could talk a little bit, I know that you've got your internal review coming, but I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what you think happened with oversight at Silicon Valley Bank, and whether this suggests that something about regulation and supervision needs to actually change going forward. And I wonder, you know, how can the American people have confidence that there aren't other weaknesses out there in the banking system, given that this one got missed, as you noted?
So let me say what I think happened, and then I'll come to the questions around supervision. So at a basic level, Silicon Valley Bank management failed badly. They grew the bank very quickly. They exposed the bank to significant liquidity risk and interest rate risk, didn't hedge that risk. We now know that supervisors saw these risks and intervened. We know that the public saw all this. We know that SVB experienced an unprecedentedly rapid and massive bank run. So this is a very large group of connected depositors, concentrated group of connected depositors, in a very, very fast run, faster than the historical record would suggest. So as for us, so for our part, we're doing a review of supervision and regulation. My only interest is that we identify what went wrong here. How did this happen is the question. What went wrong? Try to find that. We will find that. And then make an assessment of what are the right policies to put in place so that it doesn't happen again, and then implement those policies. It would be inappropriate for me at this stage to offer my views on what the answers might be. You know, I simply can't do that. Vice Chair Barr is leading this, and I think he's testifying next week, so, but that will be up to him. So that's really where it is. You know, the review is going to be thorough and transparent. It is clear, to your last question, it's clear that we do need to strengthen supervision and regulation. And I assume that you know, there will be recommendations coming out of the report, and I plan on supporting them and supporting their implementation.
And the final point, you know, can we feel confident that these weaknesses don't exist elsewhere, given that they got missed at this bank?
These are not weaknesses that are at all broadly through the banking system. This was a bank that was an outlier in terms of both its percentage of
he's saying it's
uninsured
isolated
deposits, and in terms of its holdings of duration risk. And again, supervisors did get in there, and they were, as you know, obviously, you know, they were on this issue, but nonetheless, this still happened. And so that's really the nature of the of the review, is to discover that.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. You've been very consistent in saying that the Fed would be raising interest rates and then holding them there for quite some time. Following today's decision, the markets have now priced in one more increase in May, and then every meeting the rest of this year, they're pricing in rate cuts. Are they getting this totally wrong from the Fed, or is there something different about the way you're looking at it, given that you're now thinking that moves might be appropriate as opposed to ongoing?
So we published an SEP today, as you will have seen, and it shows that basically participants expect relatively slow growth, a gradual rebalancing of supply and demand in the labor market, with inflation moving down gradually. In that most likely case, if that happens, participants don't see rate cuts this year. They just don't. I would just say, as always, the path of the economy is uncertain, and policy is going to reflect what actually happens rather than what we write down in the SEP. But that's not our baseline expectation.
Well, if I could follow up and ask, as you look forward into the rest of the year here, are you saying that what you see and the 5.1% basically consensus is based on it will be sufficiently restrictive, or is it leavened by the idea of you don't know what's going to happen? In other words, what should people think about in terms of how the Fed thinks about how far it is from the terminal?
It's going to depend. Remember, we're looking, for purposes of our monetary policy tool, we're looking at what's happening among the banks and asking, is there going to be some tightening in credit conditions? And then we're thinking about that as effectively doing the same thing that rate hikes do. So in a way, that substitutes for rate hikes. So
he said rate hikes.
We have to have policies got to be tight enough to bring inflation down to 2% over time. It doesn't all have to come from rate hikes. It can come from, you know, from.
They really closed under 400.60
so
again.
So we're looking at, and it's highly uncertain how long the situation will be sustained or how significant any of those effects would be. So we're just going to have to watch. In the meantime,
we are getting lowering volumes since that high volume hammer.
At the end of the day, we will do enough to bring inflation down to 2%.
Actually, I should do a fib.
I was just thinking the same.
If I was Leland, I'd be grabbing a fib right now.
Hi,
we are still holding the
CP.
CP.
From the Washington Post. Thank you for taking our questions. I know we've talked a bit about how Silicon Valley Bank was unique to a certain sector of the economy,
But there's also growing concern that
Which
there's
basically,
financial stability
if
risk
they
from
hold
the commercial
400,
real estate market and
makes
loans
sense.
that will begin to roll over later this year and next, and that smaller regional banks also disproportionately
It's
hold
rolling
those loans.
over.
Is there a risk that could mimic the kind of what we saw with SVB to banks that disproportionately are focused in commercial real estate?
So, we're well aware of the concentrations people have in commercial real estate. I really don't think it's comparable to this. The banking system is strong, it is sound, it is resilient, it's well capitalized, and I really don't see that as at all analogous to this.
Another question, would you be open to an independent investigation separate from the Fed's probe?
I welcome. It's 100% certainty that there will be independent investigations and outside investigations and all that. So we welcome, when a bank fails, there are investigations, and of course, we welcome that.
Shot that down quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Inflation has been rather sticky, so do you need help from the fiscal side to get inflation down
Do you
faster?
need mental help?
We don't assume that. We don't give advice to the fiscal authorities, and we assume that we take fiscal policy as it comes to our front door, stick it in our model along with a million other things, and we have responsibility for price stability.
Stick it in
Federal
our model
Reserve
with a
has
million other
responsibility for that,
things.
and nothing is going to change that. So we will get inflation down to 2% in time.
And if I could follow on that, but they're working, the spending that's happened is working against what you are doing, right? So it's prolonging inflation?
If you have to look at the impulse from spending, because spending was, of course, tremendously high during the pandemic, and then as the pandemic programs rolled off, spending actually came down. So the sort of fiscal impulse is actually not what's driving inflation right now. It was at the beginning, perhaps, part of what was driving inflation, but that's not really the story now.
Let's go to Neil Irwin.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Two questions about aspects of the
Axios.
government's response on Silicon Valley Bank.
Starting to break under that golden
Why is
pocket
this new bank
of that
lending
fib.
facility done under Emergency 13.3 authority as opposed to
Back to the
expansion of the
open.
discount window, changing the terms of the discount window that's been around a long time? And second, can you discuss the Fed's role in the FDIC guarantee of
That's the
uninsured
second
depositors
time
and why
since
there's
$2
$133
o'clock,
billion on your
or
balance sheet
once the meeting started.
supporting that deposit guarantee?
Sure. So 13.3 seemed like the right. We have a little more flexibility under Section 13.3. We've done quite a lot under the discount window as well. We needed to do a special facility that was designed a certain way, so we did it under 13.3. Really no magic to that. It's only available in unusual and exigent circumstances, and it has to meet certain requirements, but it seemed to be the right place. So with the FDIC, we're lending to in effect, we're lending to the bridge bank. So that's where the funds came from, and it's a loan that's 100% guaranteed by the FDIC, so there's no risk in it for us.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press.
No cuts this year.
The SEP suggests one more rate hike, as does the change in the language in the statement, in which suggests that you're perhaps nearing the end of a cycle of rate hikes. Do you feel, though, that if inflation remains high, you'll be able to resume additional hikes as needed, or have you
Still holding the
tied your
open.
hands here with these signals about rate hikes coming to an end?
No,
Thank you.
absolutely not. No, if
There
we
it
need to
goes.
raise rates higher, we will. I think for now, though, as I've mentioned, we see the likelihood of credit tightening. We know that can have an effect on the macroeconomy, on demand, on labor market, on inflation, and we're going to
Will
be
they
watching to
retake
see what
today's
that
open?
is, and we'll
Or
also be
trying?
watching what's happening with inflation and in the labor market. So we'll be watching all those things, and of course we will eventually get to tight enough policy to bring inflation down to 2%. We'll find ourselves at that place.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking the question. Kyle Campbell with American Banker. I have a couple questions about the balance sheet. First of all, I'm curious at what point the financial supports that the Fed is extending through the discount window and through its enhanced lending facility might be at odds with the objective of reducing the balance sheet. And I'm also curious what your thoughts are on not just the availability of reserves, but the distribution of them throughout the banking system. and at what point you might be concerned about it being scarce for certain banks.
So, so people think of QE and QT in different ways. So let me be clear about how I'm thinking about these recent developments.
Yeah, they can't do it.
So the recent liquidity provision that has increased the size of our balance sheet, but the intent and the effects of it are very different from when we expand our balance sheet through purchases of longer-term securities. Large-scale purchases of long-term securities are really meant to alter the stance of policy by pushing up the price and down the rates, longer-term rates. Which
People won't let me open a position
we understand
for
fairly well.
CODT now.
The balance sheet expansion is really temporary lending to banks to meet those special liquidity demands created by the recent tensions. It's not intended to directly alter the stance of monetary policy. We do believe that it's working. It's having its intended effect of bolstering confidence in the banking system and thereby forestalling what might otherwise have been an abrupt and outsized tightening in financial conditions. So that's working. In terms of the distribution of reserves, we don't see ourselves as running into reserve shortages. We think that our program of allowing our balance sheet to run off predictably and passively is working. And of course, we're always prepared to change that if that changes, but we don't see any evidence that that's changed.
Hi, Chair. Katerina Saraiva with Bloomberg News. The minutes of the January-February meeting, the last meeting, indicate that you discussed the possibility of runs on non-bank financial institutions and the impact of large unrealized losses on bank portfolios. Can you talk a little bit more about that discussion, kind of what was talked about in light of that? And then why didn't the Fed, do anything about that at that point to ultimately prevent, what happened this month?
I mean, to be honest, I don't recall the specifics of that. It's quite an interesting 7 weeks, but I will tell you though that there have been presentations about interest rate risk. I mean, it's been in all the newspapers. It's not a surprise that there are institutions that have had unhedged long positions in long duration securities that have lost value as longer term rates have gone up due to our rate increases. So that's not a surprise. I think, as you know, as it is now on the public record, the supervisory team was apparently very much engaged with the bank repeatedly and was escalating, but nonetheless what happened. And so that's really the purpose of one way to think about the review that Vice Chair Barr is conducting, is to try to understand how that happened and try to understand how we can do better and what policies we need to change. I mean, one thing is the speed of I'll come back to that, the speed of the run. It's very different from what we've seen in the past, and it does kind of suggest that there's a need for possible regulatory and supervisory changes, just because supervision and regulation need to keep up with what's happening in the world.
Can you confirm whether or not the board knew about these escalations by the examiners in San Francisco?
I will have to come back to you on that. Yeah, I don't know.
Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. Thank you very much. Chair Powell, you've stated twice today that all depositors' savings in the banking system are safe. Are you saying that de facto deposit insurance covers all savings? Shouldn't Congress have a say in that? And just by way of example, if a bank with less than $1 billion in assets failed, are you promising to bail out all of its depositors? Thanks.
Well, I'm not saying anything more than I'm saying. So, but what I'm saying is you've seen
increasing
that,
volume now.
We have the tools to protect depositors when there's a threat of serious harm to the economy or to the financial system, and we're prepared to use those tools. And I think depositors should assume that their deposits are safe.
Go to Greg Robb.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could give us a little bit more color. You gave just a little bit of color. You said during the first week of the Silicon Valley weekend, you said the question you guys asked was, how did this happen when you saw Silicon Valley Bank? So I was wondering if you could go to the Credit Suisse merger. I mean, wasn't that the big gorilla in the room? Didn't you breathe a sigh of relief when that merger happened? Thanks.
Sure. So, that was really the Swiss government. We, of course, were following it over the course of the weekend, and we were engaged with their authorities in the way that you would expect, all the ways that you would expect. It seems to have been a positive outcome in the sense that the transaction was agreed to, and it has been, the markets have accepted it, and it seems to have gone well, and I think there was a concern that it might not go well. So coming into the middle of this week, yes, I would say that has gone well so far.
Nicole.
Hi, thank you, Chair Powell. Nicole Goodkind with CNN Business. In the summary of economic projections, the FOMC sees the unemployment rate increasing to 4.5% this year. I'm wondering how you anticipate preventing this from snowballing while using the admittedly blunt tools at your disposal.
So that's an estimate of what will happen as demand slows and as conditions soften in the labor market. And it's a highly uncertain estimate. And there's really, we have to bring inflation down to 2%. The costs of bringing it down, there are real costs to bring it down to 2%, but the costs of failing are much higher. And if you read your history, as I'm sure you have, you can see that if the central bank doesn't get inflation back in place, make sure that inflation expectations remain anchored, you can have a long series of years where inflation is high and volatile, and it's hard to invest capital. It's hard for an economy to perform well, and we're looking to avoid that, and and to get back to where we need to be, back to where we were for a quarter century, and get there as quickly as we can.
But I guess the question is, historically, it's hard to.
Mr. Mike, please.
Yes, sir. Historically, it's been hard to contain unemployment. The question is, do you worry about some sort of snowball effect, and how do you factor that into your projections and your thoughts?
They're already
it depends
pricing
on
in
whether
the May meeting.
So recessions tend to be nonlinear, and so they're very hard to model. The models all work in a kind of linear way. If you have more of this, you get more of that. But when a recession happens, the reactions tend to be nonlinear, and that's what so we don't know whether that'll happen this time. We don't know.
Taking more off of that.
How significant it will be. And so, we're very focused on getting inflation down, because we know in the longer run that is the thing that will most benefit the people we serve. That's how we can have a long, we've had very strong labor markets through these long expansions that we've had. 4 of the 5 longest, or 3 of the 4 longest expansions in U.S. history have been really since the high inflation period. And the reason was inflation wasn't forcing the central bank to come in and stop an incipient or an expansion. You can have very, very long expansions without high inflation, and we had several of those, and they're very good for people. You see late in an expansion, you see low unemployment, you see the benefits of wages going to people at the lower end of the wage spectrum. It's just a place that we should try to get back to.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with Market News. I just wanted to ask, with all the events of the past
bouncing
2
off
weeks,
of previous
do you
things
still
low for now.
see a possibility of a soft landing for the U.S. economy?
It's too early to say really whether these events have had much of an effect. It's hard for me to see how they would have helped the possibility, but I guess I would just say it's too early to say whether there really have been changes in that. The question will be how long this period is sustained. The longer it's sustained, then the greater will be the likely declines.
Watch them pump it back to today's open.
Standards, credit availability.
Big nothing burger
so we'll just have to
getting
see.
right.
I do still think, though, that there's a pathway to that. I think that pathway still exists, and we're certainly trying to find it.
Nancy
Hi,
Pelosi?
Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer
Aw.
with Marketplace. Just wondering how many financial institutions have been issued matters requiring attention or matters requiring immediate attention citations at this point?
How many? I don't know. But those are serious regulatory, particularly immediate attention. And I guess there were 6 of them. So.
And getting to the seriousness of it, how are you going to ensure that banks comply with these citations, take them seriously? How will we enforce them?
That is a great question and is right in
Good
the heart
stuff,
of
VKK.
what the
VKK, jeez.
the review
That's
will be doing
crazy.
under Vice Chair Barr's leadership. So that's
nice.
I think that's what you think about. You know, what can we do to make sure? But again, that's not for me to answer
So you
today.
don't have specific thoughts on that?
Well, I see. If I did, I wouldn't share them because I really, you know, this review's going on, and you know, I want nothing other than us to find out what happened and why, figure out what we can do to do better, and then implement those changes. That's all I want. It's for me to be giving you my half-formed or partially informed thoughts. You know, it just isn't appropriate. There's a real serious review going on with people from all over the Federal Reserve System who are not connected to this, you know, to this work, not connected to this bank, and under again Vice Chair Barr's leadership, and I'm confident that it will produce a satisfactory result.
Okay, we'll go to Jennifer for the last one.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Curious, how do you view financial conditions right now? If credit becomes expensive enough, choking off growth, as you said you're watching for, would that situation warrant a rate cut? What situation would warrant a rate cut? And have the bank failures prompted any discussion around changing the implementation of the balance sheet runoff? Thank you.
So we haven't really talked about changing the balance sheet implementation. That's not something we've discussed yet. As I mentioned, we're always willing to change that if we conclude that it's appropriate, but we're really not seeing any signs there. Sorry, then the question before that was, just give me a...
Curious how you view financial conditions now, and if credit were to tighten up, if that would prompt a rate cut.
So, financial
didn't want to say
conditions
it.
seem to have tightened, and probably by more than the traditional indexes say, because the traditional indexes are focused a lot on rates and equities, and they don't necessarily capture lending conditions. So we think that, though. So there are other measures which if they're focused on, you know, bank lending conditions and things like that, they show some more tightening. The question for us, though, is how significant will that be, and how, you know, what will be the extent of it, and what will be the duration of it, and then, you know, once you know that, there's a fair amount of research about how that with broad uncertainty bands, how that works its way into the economy.
396, 40s still holding.
You know, so we'll be looking to see the first part of that, like how
Pump it
serious
off
is this,
support.
and how does it look like it's going to be sustained? And if it is, you know, it could easily have a significant macroeconomic effect. And
Yeah,
we
then
would
everyone in
factor
the
that
polls
into
right?
into our policy decisions.
Then we get
I
the pump
mentioned
and the
with rate
dump.
cuts. Rate cuts are not in our base case, and you know, so
The best part.
that's all I have to say. So, thank you very much.
Oh, thank God. All right, that was exactly what you were saying, Bueller. The premiums on puts dying when the pump was happening, so it was cheap to get. Yeah, like legit. I was looking at the 39.60, and it was like super cheap here. I almost promise you, it's like not in the money now, but it was probably really close to going in the money after being super far out of the money. But yeah, very like you said, a gamble. But if it's with profits and you're trading with something you know you don't care about losing entirely of, then it's okay. Good job to VKK. You're one person who understands that risk and that idea, so good job on you, man. You took advantage of it. But we kind of stayed within range of our bigger time frame levels. That's why I jumped out to those real quick for y'all. But we're just kind of holding above the previous day lows, and we rejected the kind of in-between level we drew this morning. But we did have a slight push and rejection of 400.60s, so that did try to push past a very important level. I set stops as soon as it's in the money and closed. Ooh. Nasty, dude. That's a huge gain, man. What do you say? 125 to 1185? That's nuts.
Was it like 1,000%?
Let's do the math on that real quick. So you do the difference. So do 1185 minus 125. You have 1060. So do 1060. Add 2 zeros to it. Divide it by the entry cost. That's 848%.
Crazy.
That is nuts, VKK. I'm happy for you, man.
100%.
I'll show off your gains, pal. He even shared levels real quick. He's going off of a fib. This is also someone, though, guys, I never share these gains without telling you guys a good backstory. It's never like, oh, this guy just randomly did this. This is his first time ever doing this. Like, no, VKK has done trades like this before on his own. You know, he understands the risk of what he's going after, and he takes it. Again, that takes a lot of time and experience. You don't just take those trades your first week into looking at SPY and all that stuff. It just doesn't happen. Dude, we're actually right under today's open again. Oh, lordy.
We're really going to just be flat at the end of today, aren't we? It's not going to look like on the daily.
When it was popping right here, he was getting very protective over how he was answering. So I think that's another reason you saw that dump, besides what he was actually saying. He was really protecting how he answered certain things. So I just think from a risk management point of view, he's trying to keep the doors shut on everybody being hopeful. Like, I don't think he's completely shutting the door and saying, guys, you should all just be completely bearish. I think he's just kind of pointing out that, hey, we're going to really have to collect this upcoming data thanks to all this bank drama now. So moving forward, regardless of us reverse hiking or pausing in the future, he's going to have to pay attention to the data that's coming at him. So I think we're just kind of at a slow, steady pace until we get more information from them. Because they clearly don't have a decisive forward outlook, if that makes sense. But it's clear that this definitely was, that a pause was definitely talked about, thanks to the bank drama. So that was something we learned. But overall, he really is just kind of keeping us at a slow pace type move. And I don't blame him. That's a lot of drama to kind of take in. Plus, we don't know if this is the end of it. You know, what if another bank goes under? Well, then we're going to be in this seat again.
Got 41 minutes left.
All right, guys. So on the big or small, we'll start with a smaller time frame. I'll go back out to the bigger. On the bigger time frame, we're looking to see if we're going to close pretty flat, which would be a pretty close to 399 area. So I wouldn't be surprised if they came back up and just kind of kept us in range the last 40 minutes of the day. You might get your fair share of pop and drop, but it looks like they are definitely going to be keeping us in range. Look at the very even test of the 402 all the way down at 395.50s, and now they're back in between those levels again. On the bigger time frame, that's a little easier to look at. Bigger time frame, we have a very, very, very indecisive candle with not that much volume, so it really is up to anybody. We really could get a higher open and us take out this previous day high at 399.40. We could get that push over 400.60, and we could actually see a good close over 401.50 tomorrow for a continuation higher. If we get a lower open, bears could have starting momentum to try and take out this yesterday open, where we could see a flush happen under this low of today and the previous day low where we kind of defended today. So if you see a push under 395.50s, we have to assume bears want to take this lower. If you get the push over 401.50s, we have to assume bulls want to try and push towards that recent high that we stopped at. That's essentially what we're all looking at. Let me know if that made sense to y'all. Give me a thumbs up or a yeah if the bigger time frame price action made a little bit more sense to you. As you can see, we're in a very indecisive spot, even with the information from today. I guess we can end the poll. If we did the nothing burger, that would have definitely won. Wait, I didn't vote. Wait, hold up, start it up again. Actually, if you didn't work, or if you didn't vote, technically you won the vote because it was a nothing burger. Because we kind of pumped, dumped, and pumped again, so we're kind of at a stalemate on that poll. Everybody was wrong. Well, everybody was right and wrong. Congrats, Mark, you won. It was neither. Exactly. By not voting, you voted. For now, 30 minutes to go. Yep, we got 37 minutes before the day closes. 36 and 15. Rejecting the halfway point right now, fighting the 9 EMA of this recent drop. See if they can invalidate it and push over the 400 mark. It looks like that could invalidate for bulls to push higher. Bears can definitely take it under the 9 EMA. I'm on the 1 minute for anybody who's looking at that.
Apple and Microsoft, they're having trouble at their respective levels. Google as well.
You're saying they're rejecting or they're what? My bad.
They're having trouble getting over their respective levels. Just
okay, nice.
Some inverted hammers here.
Exactly, Bob. Very crazy. You're gonna hold spy and G me for second to draw. That was a good break under the 9 EMA. Will they give themselves a better retest for a lower high here? We shall see. Nope. Rejecting 10-minute 9 EMA. Rejecting 5-minute 9 EMA. Already broke under the 1-minute 9 EMA. Charts reflecting a possible move to the downside unless bulls step in here very, very soon. We have a little bit of time on that 10 and 5-minute. We have 2.5 minutes on both of the 5 and 10-minute charts that I just mentioned.
Well, they got my internet for the last 30 minutes of the day.
What's up, Devin?
Man, about as annoyed as you would expect somebody to be when, you know, Spectrum decides to change some cables on your road and they don't.
Oh, that's why you said Spectrum. I was like, what the hell's that?
Yeah, it's
That
just
makes
like
sense.
the cable company, you know, they're just doing work, don't even give anyone a heads up. Tragic.
So I was just thinking, imagine if you're like in a trade when that happens, in the middle of one.
I'd cry.
Oh, yeah, because at first it was like, oh, there's the stream lagging, and then it's like, oh, wait, I don't have internet. Then you're like, I gotta reset everything.
Wastes a lot of time.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks like the Nothing Burger came in. Trying to get over this yesterday low 9 EMA area on the 10-minute. Or not yesterday low, yesterday high.
Yeah, Purple Mango, I think YouTube got a lot of hate. They just re-updated their thing, because I'm not joking. I was looking at like hundreds of streams that day, and there was like tons of people complaining about there being extra ads, and it wasn't even me doing anything. Like, it would just, I didn't even click the button or anything. Like, it was legit natural ads by YouTube. That shit was crazy, though. I'm glad y'all aren't getting spammed by them today either. I haven't clicked it once today. Because I was like, screw it. Give them a full day of no ads, please.
We essentially have a 4-hour decision candle. Nice.
If we reject here, that's not going to look good.
That 1 hour looks crazy.
New 30-minute candle.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. I just made 420 on that.
Nice.
Of course, I make 420 on the dot.
Nice rejection coming back down.
Just to show everybody I'm not capping. 420 on the dot. It was a 1 and 23-second trade. I bought as soon as I saw this candle close, pretty much. 30, no, I'm sorry, right as this candle opened, but after that candle closed. After I saw a lower high off the halfway point, again, if this is just a lead test. If you go from high to low of that move, we rejected with a hammer, came down, broke 90 EMA, slowly recovered, rejected it again with another hammer. As it pushed to this low right here, between these here, took profit.
Lead test for the win.
Money printer. What's the joke with 420 Wacko Jacko?
He's memeing. Don't answer. Don't answer, Jack.
Come hang out with me and find out.
Dude, Leland's gonna be so proud of me. I did the exact same trade like 3 times in a row now.
Back to that pre-market low, see if it cracks, going towards yesterday low.
What did I say? A minute? What?
23.
That's my biggest day, dude, on this account so far.
Good money. Green Street.
Am I reading this right? You're up 60% on that account?
Wait, sorry, what?
Am I reading it right? You're up 60% on the account?
Yeah, 61% on that account since the starting limit.
Nice.
Definitely.
I like how
happy
the
with that.
losses got progressively lower.
And I find myself, like, in the beginning of this kind of challenge, you find yourself looking at trades like this, and you're like, damn, I could have made way more. Now I'm like, damn, dude, I fucking killed that trade. Like, I don't care that it went lower.
Took $400 in a minute. I'll take that any day. Some people work a whole week for that.
I'm honestly just more happy with myself because I've sat here all day. It's not even the trade, it's just like the fact that I just sat here all day to wait for that. I'm gonna keep that fib up.
In hindsight, it looks good on the 5 minute too.
Yeah, it looks really, really good on the 5 minute. got rising volume on that close under. That's a really good short-term confirmation for more. And the 10-minute
Yeah.
too, we mentioned it. It was rejecting. I mean, it's a perfect play right there. 3 time frames. I didn't even go out to the 15 or 30 yet.
They were coming down nicely. Taking out the bodies of those previous 10-minute candles. See if we can get the wicks now. Apple, Microsoft, everything seems to be pulling back universally. D-touch just put on the trade floor. It's kind of funny.
Acid dropper. How is everyone doing in the stream so far? Took that put rejection 45% only one contract. Hey, good stuff, Shaq. You got 45% with me. Good job, man. And you saw it on your own. I didn't walk you through that. What do you think I'm going to do? We be doing good. Love to hear it. Very well. Thumbs up. Awesome job. Good, good, good. Glad to hear you're all still alive. One more like and we have 150 likes. Uno más, por favor. Hey, good stuff, Moon. Glad to hear you're good. Hazy. Hey, y'all got 150 likes. Thank you very much. Appreciate you all. 150 is a really good goal. $151 like 152 likes. I see y'all. I see y'all. 153 likes. Keep it going. We have 21 minutes left in the market. 20 minutes left actually now. We went over a lot of really good topics, not just this week, but today, just alone. We went over a bunch of different stuff with fib retracements, contract selection. We went over a couple different parameters on the account I'm currently taking, a couple other different questions people asked across the day. It was a really good educational day as well as honestly just a good technical day. We didn't really get much more out of the Fed, but at least we know where we stand. So I'm going to just stick trading with the levels. You know, screw all the fundamentals, screw all the news. It is important, especially in a news-driven market, but the levels will pan out. So that's what's important. Yo, good stuff, Mel. Up 7% on the port. I lost a good friend to suicide, and this stream has been therapeutic. Thank you. Man, I am so sorry to hear that, Oaktown Poppy. I'm very sorry to hear that, man. I'm very sorry for your loss. That is just horrible, man. That is just so sad, man. I feel you, man. I've had 2 uncles commit suicide, so I'm right there with you, man. I feel you. Just keep your head up. Try to stay in touch with the family or friends of whoever he was. Keep your head up, man. Only brighter days ahead. It is confusing, man. It doesn't make sense. It only brings about pain, man. I'm so sorry to hear about that again. I really do extend my condolences to all of that. Just know you always have a home here. There's always going to be someone here for you guys. Never feel that you're alone. Feel free to reach out, guys. Your mentality is always the most important thing. Your mental health is more important than any amount of money in the world. Done for the day, holding Netflix and Spy puts into tomorrow. See you later, VKK. Thank you for tuning in, man. Always appreciate you.
Best believe it down, because it is almost 4 o'clock. The SPY is coming down some more. Can we make this a new low a day?
Can't believe it's almost 4, dude, for real. I wish there was a little bit more time, to be honest. Okay, this song can chill out.
Do 1BW for you?
It just kept going and going. Like, I thought I was going through a black hole for a second. Dude, I'm really happy with that win rate through 20 trades, Devin.
Yes, sir.
80%. I'm super fucking hyped about that. Didn't try to force it or anything, too. It was just all natural.
About to hit that yesterday low again. Are we about to blow through it this time?
Looks like it.
Short-term increase in volume. Find new low a day. Oh yeah, crack that bad boy wide open.
I'll just go ahead and delete that fib. New low of day. Yeah, it's honestly been downhill since he was protective of his comments. Didn't really give out much new information. Kind of hit us from the future. You know, a lot of us were kind of expecting a little bit more forward-looking outlook. Didn't really get that. Kind of just got some scripted bullshit, and him saying we have to kind of wait for that, which I understand. I understand moving forward he does have to kind of take in the data as it hits him, so I can understand why we're not getting a huge move or a huge drop down. You know, it's just, I mean, we are, but essentially we're still in the range. We haven't really left. We're still here.
And I think that really just keys back to, like, nobody knows where we're going to be at in 6 months.
Yeah, literally,
So,
shit, 3 months, dude.
yeah, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. So anyone that's
It's
really
crazy.
trying to thinks they know where the market's going is just completely delusional.
Which, in a sense, you could say that him giving not as much new information as we needed could also be a bearish outlook just because of the indecision. And we are setting up the end of day candle similar to how I was telling you earlier. Kind of went off of that candle, but we're kind of ending the same day. So I would not be surprised for us to go fill this gap, maybe test the 90 MA, maybe test 393.60s tomorrow in the morning, tonight, at some point. That is most likely what will happen. We'll see if we get a bounce or not. If we do not get any retracement, we just for some reason start piling up here at the previous day low, then we can look back towards yesterday's high, today's open area, and see if we can get any further moves past levels that we are aware of. So I'd be very aware of that. Holy crap, Taylor made a freaking insane trade. She did the same trade as me, except she held.
Dang, she had strong
147%?
Crazy.
Dang, Josh.
Taylor outdid everybody in the chat today. Yeah, I did the 1 minute scalp. She took it from after the retest all the way down. She got 150% basically. Man, you better tell Taylor a good job. She out-traded you and me.
Jeez, I don't even have a percentage. I just made money.
Yeah, we need her percentage with your money. Bam. Combine. Oh, hi, Taylor. Just popping up out of the blue. Were your ears burning?
Pushed through that yesterday low, almost smacking 395 perfectly. See if we're going to crack that. That might open a can of worms.
Divert, honestly, that's a very accurate way of putting it.
But to get those imbalances coming in.
This song slaps. Alright guys, we're in the last 10 minutes of the day. Devin won't say it, thanks. Good job, Taylor. Love you too, Harrison. How did I not get that much percentage? What the F? I'd have to see your strike. And if it was the same day or not. I mean, just for like comparison to Mel, I only got 47.5%. She held for a larger part of the move, with I think a riskier strike too. So I think that's why she got a way better percentage. Not the same day? Well, that's probably why. If you have anything but the same day, it's definitely going to have higher premium costs, lower percentages when you trade at the same distance as a person who's trading with the same day. See you later, Ace. Have a great rest of your day. We are breaking lower in the last 10 minutes.
Not looking good for the Bulls. 395 getting taken out.
No, Mel, it was mainly because if you're are you comparing yours to hers, to Taylor's? Taylor had a same day. You didn't have a same day. I would say that was the main variable, regardless of, because she did SPY as well. But even regardless, I would say that's why you had a smaller percentage, because you had a next day which cost more. So even if you caught the same move, you would not get the same percentage. Does that make sense? She had a riskier contract as a same day, which costs less. At the same distance as yours, she would make way more of a percentage.
Whoa, lucky nugget. 550%.
No, it's okay, Mel. I'm not trying to say you have to go do that. I'm just saying that's why your percentage was smaller. You still probably had a great trade. But yeah, same days after 2 p.m. are very scary.
We're still flushing. We're going to hit 394.
Yeah, we're smacking down at the end of the day here.
Good job, Lucky Nugget. Regardless of it being with the ideas we were talking about here or on your own, very happy for you, man. Great job on your gains. I'm very happy a lot of us got to talk about this recent potential trade idea, too.
Eesh, Lucky, that's what's up, man.
Good job, Lucky.
What a move.
Make sure to protect those gains that were blessed to you by the market and pay yourself a little bit, put it up, and keep trading. No need to just trade with more.
394. There we go.
Yeah, 394 just hits. Dollar flush on SPY here in like 2 minutes.
Still going.
Yeah. Everything's coming down. I don't really see any green on any of these big takers. J&J doesn't even have any green, so it's not even like they're rotating into
10-minute increasing volume.
JPM falling, Berk V falling.
I'm sorry, the 5-minute increasing volume.
If anybody held through this move right here, boy, these contracts.
I was actually just messaging Leland. I was like, I would never hold through this, but it amazes me how that contract is 4K per contract now.
I swear, SPX just hits you with the FOMO.
Hey, yeah, Lucky, you can't even get mad for selling. This is like almost downside capitulation here.
See you later, Oaktown Poppy. Have a great rest of your day, man. Hope you get to talk to the family or friends. But please have a good rest of your day, man. Again, sorry for your loss. Yeah, Lucky Nugget, don't be the guy that looks back. You literally just said you turned a 2K account into 4K. That is a massive gain for the day. I would not look back in terms of, oh, I wish I did this or that. I would look back at the trade that you took and try to recreate it over and over and over and over and over with that same patience, with that same mindset, with that same discipline. Filled the gap. Great call out, Wills to 7 Mo. My boy Wilson.
Wilson.
That was the gap level, though.
Oh my.
So now the question remains, going into tomorrow, do we bounce off this, or are we going to keep selling off through this? That is essentially the question for tomorrow.
Daily looks a whole lot different than it did half an hour ago.
We are 4.5 minutes from close. Yeah.
393 just lost. 20 cents under. Just
wow.
Increasing volume on the 10-minute.
We got more volume today than yesterday, with basically a half day's worth of trading.
One of those things that you're just like, oh yeah, you're gonna keep doing that. Linked it.
I just can't believe that move that just happened.
Oh yeah, that was a
Good
nice
job.
little sell-off.
Good job, Jacko, on your trade review. I already see it. That's what I like to see, man. Now aim for that every trade. Jacko, do you have access to my SPX trade log, bro? Go through those videos. You have premium, so you have those videos in the premium section. Go through those, dude. You'll see I had my own problems, and I turned it around just by going through it like that. Focus on just good entry points. At first, you're like, no shit. But after trading for so long and you've caught many L's, I'm sure by now all of us have, over time you start to realize, like, man, I should limit myself to some of these better probability entries. Limit yourself to those. That is how you trade. The new PC treated me well. Bueller did 55% on the small account today. Thanks for everything, dude. Have a wonderful day. You too, Hazy. Have a beautiful day, man. God, we have so many wonderful people in here. I forgot I did get that new PC.
There's like a lot of people got to take advantage of today's price action, which is good.
Definitely.
Pal made me 420, man. I ain't bitching. I'm ready for tomorrow already, though.
The 80% and 40%, or the 40% and 80% retest on the 10 seemed like it was so clean on spot at the downside.
Yeah, the 10, the 5, the 1. Like, we were going through, like, all of the...
Every
that shit
time
was so
it
good.
just clean. Like, if you missed the first sell-off, you got an 80%
And we're not,
retest.
and we're not sitting here saying, like, you should be catching this entire sell-off. Like, no, but you should have caught the sell-off to maybe down to this level right here where it continued selling off from. Or the previous day
You
low
definitely get to
even.
396 for sure.
Yeah. Like, we're not saying sell it off to the low of day. It's just like, where you know you have support is where it wants to head.
Yeah, most people should already be out of all the profits. If you had one runner still, you know, you'd have been a superhero. But yeah, hit all the targets. It hit a nice little 80% retest of the 9 / the 50 to 60% control point / yesterday pre-market high. So when all those areas combine together, it just gives us a nice area of interest. And, you know, I'm sure there's 5 other strategies that wind up to that same exact area. You're really about to make this thing close under 393.
That was the most volume for the day, too. That was the second most, and now this is the most. The last 10 minutes have been the most volume in the day.
Come on. Give us below 50.
I gotta go to my other chart.
There we go.
It's giving it to you.
It's a massive move at the end of the day. You know what's crazy, too, bro? The fact that we're at 98% of the average volume.
We're about to go 92.
This is nuts.
Yeah, it's about to crack 392. Oh, all right, that's dead. There's some green on the close.
Oh my god, it just kept going.
It just leaked.
Now I'm scared to go back and look at those. Just to see, for curiosity's sake.
I'm looking at an option right now.
Oh my
I think
god.
That last minute was like 20% by itself.
I sold it. I bought it 440, sold it 650. These contracts are at 6100 right now.
Oh my god.
That blows my mind.
How many of them did you scalp?
Me?
Yeah.
I just did 2.
So that would have been.
I'm not trying to be that what if guy. That just like
It's
interesting
just
wise, it blows my mind.
Yeah, it's cool to see the power of options. I'm not even like the what if, it's just like it's possible.
Yeah, it's just like holy shit. All right, guys. Well, have a great day. We had a great day over here at Bueller Buys. Everybody in the chat, the Discord, the trade log, everybody's kicking ass today. Be sure to tune into tomorrow's stream. We have a just normal stream tomorrow, not a full day. And then Friday we have a full day stream, so be able to try to catch both of those if you can. I appreciate though everybody getting me to 160 likes. I appreciate the donations today, the new member signing up. I think that was just Alan re-upping though. If you are wanting to be a member, please check it out. There's a lot of awesome videos. I do a lot of updates as well, so be sure to check that out. But I'll see you guys later on. Again, thank you guys for the crazy amount of support across from the Discord to the YouTube to everything. Really, it just means a lot to me, and thank you guys again. It means a lot. And thank you to Sherman and Devin for being in here. Username earlier. We had D-Touch earlier for a little bit too. So shout out to everybody. But yeah, we'll see you guys later on. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll catch you guys in the chats tomorrow.